Call this Becker County Board of County Commissioner meeting in session. I would ask if you have a cell phone or anything that makes noise, please put it on silent or vibrate to not disturb the meeting. And if you want to address the board, there are speaker cards in the center on the back wall. If you'd fill one out, get it to staff, and then they will get it to me, and I'll let you speak at the appropriate time. And with that, I fixed to put somebody on the spot, but he didn't know it. I got one of our pastors at CFT. I would like for him to come up and open us in prayer. I asked 3 of them, and I couldn't catch you Sunday. But you just showed up, so
Yes, sir.
you're on the spot. And then I'm going to ask Mr. Porterfield if you'll lead us in the pledge after the prayer. Thank you.
Let's pray. Dear most heavenly gracious Father, we come to you this afternoon, Lord. God, we ask you to just guide each one of the decisions to be made tonight, Father. Each one of the gentlemen, Father, that's in here, God, give them wisdom, give them knowledge, give them understanding, Father. God, as they guide the citizens of Baker County, Father, and each decision that's made, Father, you would just go before them in a supernatural way, Father. We thank you for this time, and we pray for a great meeting. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
All may please the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
God always provides, don't he?
Amen.
Amen.
All right, we're moving to our next item on the agenda, which is the approval of the agenda itself. Has everyone had a chance to review the agenda? And staff, is there any changes or addendums?
No changes, Mr. Chairman.
If not, I'll take a motion to accept the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The next item I have on the agenda is our elected officials, and I don't see anyone in the room, so we'll move to the next item. To our public comment section, and I do have 3 speaker cards on the public comment section. And Mr. Porterfield, I should have just let you stand up there. You're first on base.
Larry Porterfield, 7460 Juniper Road, McLean, Florida. Phone number 904-769-2445. I'm going to talk about the memorial, the monument that we're having made to honor all the veterans in Baker County. Earlier, we had discussed having the road department and the parks department work with us on the excavation and their employees. We're ready for that to start. Okay, I'll get with Chris, and I've already talked to Shannon about it just a little bit. The black granite, the only place you can get that in the world is India. So this piece that we had brought in, it came over in a container ship from India. It hit Jacksonville the 1st of October. They finally unloaded it and took it to the monument place last Friday. So it's getting ready to be engraved. When I dedicate it, of course I'll invite the board, whatever, and I wanted a senior military officials to be there to honor the veterans that have been served in Baker County, present, and the future. And I've got a vice admiral who's in charge of the Navy Reserves under President Bush. So you know, you can't get much higher than that out of Baker County. We're going to have a singer sing the national anthem, and then we will present it. I have a volunteer, one of my neighbors. He's going to furnish the concrete and everything for it. He's the same one who did the keyhole around the flagpole, Mike Plunk. He's going to furnish the concrete. He and I talked on a design and everything, worked it out the other day. And so I'm just really, really excited about this. So when it gets ready to take place, I will absolutely let the board know. If you want to come down, come on. All righty? That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Porterfield.
Any questions?
Any questions or comments from the board? Now, on behalf of the board, I just want to say we appreciate what the Veterans Council does for Baker County and the resources that you pull together to make something happen is
Well, on
very
this,
special.
on this monument, it cost us $8,333. I personally, Larry Porterfield, raised $6,800 of that.
That's good.
Not the council, but me.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate your service.
Thank you.
All right, next item I have is Mr. Brian Richardson. You're back on deck.
Brian Richardson, 11790 Mud Lake Road. I come up here this afternoon to discuss the NAB Sports Complex. We're ready for phase 2, but I give it a great deal of thought. To understand phase 2, you got to a little bit know about phase 1. And phase 1 took place obviously last summer. We started out, we came in here, we had a plan, we come to y'all with the plan, and presented that plan, and was told we had around $905,000 to go at that plan. And so we come together without a civil engineer, without an architect, you know, on behalf of Randall, the president, and Jamie Hodges, the treasurer, and Brian Rouse and myself. We set many meetings, many times, figuring out, and Sarah was a big help to that, but to utilize the county's money in the best possible way by not using a civil engineer, not doing an architect. And then, of course, Brian and myself, we donated a lot of summer mornings up there and of our time, and I donated equipment and labor for the dirt, for the clay, for the everything, and then even some of the vendors, cut their prices on dirt. We did everything we possibly could do to give you what you have now for the most bang for your buck, period. You would have never got it done cheaper anywhere else to get what we've got up there now. And Brian and our statement was every morning was, we're gonna leave it better than we found it. It wasn't for a pat on our back, but it was for the kids of Baker County, for the students of Baker County, for the parents of Baker County. Because I grew up here, I love Baker County. Same fences was there when I was there, no knock to anybody else, but we had opportunity to make it better. And phase 1 got completed, we had hiccups like any other project, but phase 1 got done and we had a good Little League season on it. Well, now it's time for phase 2, and we've been working diligently. Brian especially, he's the vertical guy, I'm the horizontal guy, to get permits, to get, you just don't put up a building even though it's a county building. So we've worked to get permits, worked to get phase 2, and like roughly 3 weeks, a month ago, we were told that when Brian and I finished, we had $395,000 left in that bucket. That's the way we do it in South Sanderson, it's a bucket. But we had $395,000 in that bucket, and then we're ready to go for phase 2, and we get told that we don't know where that $395,000 is at. I'm not a finger pointer. I don't know whose problem it is. I know it's not mine and Brian's, because we worked diligently to save as much money for the county as we possibly could, and then to get told, you don't know where $395,000 is at. I mean, that's a lot of the reason I'm standing here today. Publicly, I want the county to know it ain't, Brian and Brian trying our best, and Randall and Jamie as well, Sarah as well. But this is just, totally unacceptable from where I come from. I own a business, and if I look in a bucket, $395,000 gone, somebody's in trouble. And I'll take it one step further. I have nieces and nephews at Little League Park, and I'm proud of it. I'm proud of the way it looks right now. But I can't go to the Little League Park without somebody asking me why we ain't got a bathroom, or why we ain't got this field fixed or that field fixed. And now we're fixing to roll back in the spring. And I give that great deal of thought and prayer. And I was like, I don't blame those people. I don't blame those citizens. Because right now, what they're doing? They're trying to feed the kids and do homework, and they're trying to get them to the next soccer practice. They trying to raise youngins. And all they know is the county said phase 2's coming and we're going to have bathrooms. Well, I can just tell y'all, phase 2 ain't going to happen before this spring. It's not it's not possible. Like, we can't bring a building up that fast, because our goal in phase 2 is we're gonna tear the big ugly 2-story building down, tear the old concession down that's been there for years, remodel the field, the minor league field that's right beside it, and then do some work over on the major field to try to expenditure that whole, as much as we possibly can. There again, we ain't got no civil engineer involved. We got Brian Rao involved and myself, and then with the backing of Jamie and Randall. And then what hurts me even more is Jamie calls us about a month ago. He says, "Hey boys, I can get $50,000 more for First Federal if we can just put their name on something." So now we got $50,000 to add to the $395, and what do we tell First Federal? We can't start because we don't know where the money's at. And I'm just bringing it to the board just so when you get asked why you ain't got concession stands, why you ain't got bathrooms, why you ain't got new fields, and why phase 2's the picture looks good, I don't know how else to say it to you, but other than we did our part and we tried our hardest to get it to a place to where we maximize Baker County's money. And anyway, that's my comments. If you got any questions for me, I'll be more than glad to answer.
Mr. Chairman, if you got
Yes.
time before there's comments.
Yes.
So, Mr. Richardson and I have had a couple conversations over the last few weeks. The issue that is at hand is that our ARPA account is being reconciled by the clerk's office. So we were notified that there was potentially no money left in our ARPA fund. So I sent over, on county admin side, we track all of those expenses in a spreadsheet, and we have from the start. On my spreadsheets and what we have as expenses, we've got about $644,000 overall remaining in the ARPA fund. About 300 and some odd thousand in both phase 1 and phase 2. That's where that money comes from, and Mr. Richardson is right. A big chunk of that was earmarked for phase 2 as our match money.
And taking it one step further, Sarah, we stood here 2 years ago, Brian and I,
Right.
and y'all made it very clear to us how critical it was that it be billed to Board of County Commissioners, that it did this.
Correct.
I mean, I had countless emails back and forth, because these same vendors I use for my side business as well. So they
Correct.
send me, to R&B Contracting. Well, I'm like, thank you for copying them. I'm keeping a running total, but I need you to redo that invoice,
Right.
make it to the Board of County Commissioners, and
Right.
send it to Sarah Little.
Right.
And that's the way Brian and I worked. So we knew when we got through where we were at with our funding, and we knew it got paid properly.
Yes, sir. And that's absolutely correct. The numbers that we show on our side and what the contractors working on the project show are right. The problem is that a true reconciliation of that account needs to happen. The clerk sent me some information late last week. I sent that back to her with the direction that it needs to be looked at further. From her account, at this point, she shows about $300,000 remaining in that account. So we had some conversations this afternoon again. I'd be happy to help identify where some of the problems are. Just looking very high level, it looks as though some of the match money that we had for projects, instead of just the match portion being charged to it, looks like maybe the whole project was, where we had a match dollar on ARPA versus a grant that funded the majority of the project. So we're not insinuating that there's $300,000 missing, but obviously a reconciliation has to be done. So when the guys approached me about getting ready to start, had some conversations with the finance office, and I can't give them the go-ahead to start a project that I have not been given an account of the money that's remaining in that fund.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You done?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Who's supposed to be tracking the expenses for the ARPA funds for them to be reconciled?
Truly reconciled would be from the finance office. We tracked it on our
okay,
end.
okay.
Mhm.
I'm not asking what you do.
Yes, sir.
Who is accountable at the county for tracking the expenses and reconciling budgets?
The finance
Oh, that would be
department.
the comptroller for the county,
Yes, sir.
i.e. the clerk of courts, i.e. the comptroller for the county. This is another example, and first of all, thank you for coming.
Yes, sir.
Let me say that. My frustrations are not directed at you,
Yes,
please
sir.
know that.
Yes, sir, I understand.
This is another example
and mine's
of
not at
how,
all.
this is another example of how here we went down in front, we've been tracking a project, and it has been mishandled.
Yes, sir.
You can say however you want to call it. You can cut to the chase at the end of the day and not try to sugarcoat it. It has been mishandled and mismanaged by the clerk of courts' office
Yes, sir.
that has resulted now in potential overexpending of one fund and not the appropriate fund types.
And not getting the project.
And now we have funding where we were prepared to move forward with the project for the football fields that we had money allocated and set aside for, that we got to sit and wait. And by the way, just so that everybody understands as well, our audit that was due, the deadline for the 15-month was due back in July. It's still not done.
Yes, sir.
We're about to have to go face the Joint Legislative Audit Committee
Yes, sir.
to deal with sanctions for this county and loss of potential revenue or issues, whatever they decide, because of the failure of that office to perform. And this is another example that it comes out that I'm harsh and I'm ugly. I don't really care if I'm considered harsh and ugly. The facts speak for themselves.
Yes, sir.
Facts speak for themselves. And the fact is, we've got another situation here from that same office that has failed to do their job, and it is resulting in projects not being delivered because we don't even know right now how much money we really have, because the office that's supposed to handle that has failed to do their job.
Yes, sir.
All we can do right now, from my standpoint as a commissioner, is continue to harp and pound on the clerk to get the job done accurate.
Yes.
We have made a request to the Joint Legislative Auditing Committee to do a complete operational audit of that entire office
Yes, sir.
to find out who's doing their job and who's not doing their job and how the job is supposed to be done. That has not been ruled on yet.
Yes, sir.
But I will tell you now, I still stick to the fact that this board needs to continue to push to have an audit done of that office to figure out how the job is supposed to be done, because clearly, at this point, they do not know how to do the job.
Yes, sir.
And this is another example we're going to set on hold for another season. And this board is the one that gets blamed for not delivering projects. When there's an issue for Little League not having a field or not having something, they don't go to the clerk's office, because the clerk don't have public meetings. They come before this board and want to know, why, commissioners, aren't you doing anything?
Yes, sir.
Well, we aren't doing anything right now because we're supposed to have money that the clerk's office has failed to be able to articulate and know and keep a proper accounting of it. And so we're going to set on hold.
Yes.
So let's make sure we remember, whenever the Little League parent gets upset because it's not being done, where the appropriate frustration needs to be directed. It's not because the board didn't take steps. It's because the clerk's office has failed to do the accounting that's necessary to give us the ability to move forward.
Yes, sir.
Sure. If I may, I've jotted down a few notes right here. First of all, I would love to thank Mr. Hodges. I know he was doing the secretary stuff, Mr. Connor, Mr. Roush, and Mr. Richardson, because the phase one looks amazing. I mean, it really does. I think everybody can agree, and we're very proud to have that. And I know, jumping off of Commissioner Bennett here, the board gets asked that, but also those four individuals get asked that a ton. Just as Mr. Richardson spoke,
Well, and I
he
mean,
goes to the ball field.
That's the whole reason of us being here today, is because, Randall, he's the president, so they're constantly calling him. And, we can't go to a ball field, which is fine. I put my name in the hat to help and do, and that's what I'm going to do. But I just hate the fact that, and whatever the problem is, it just got to be resolved regardless of the fact.
That's right.
Because,
But here's where we're at, and they can't go anywhere without getting questions. We can't go anywhere without getting questions. And now, this is the point we're at,
Right.
And to go forward, obviously, right now, if you started right now, it would
no,
be
yeah, it's almost an
impossible.
unattainable goal at this point.
right.
I
So
mean,
now we're publicly here saying, hey, we're gonna have to delay this until we can get our monies figured out,
Right.
and to say, hey, here's
Right.
where we're at. So here's kind of the.
And to give a little bit of background, and Brian could do it better, and he was unable to be here, but, we're getting rid of the big two-story building. That's where all the power comes in for the Little League field. And so it's a
Right.
great deal of work that had to be figured out so we could incorporate. We just didn't feel like build this big, new, nice concession stand and leave a big two-story ugly building just because of the electrical. So we put a great deal of time in getting that figured out to where you got a state-of-the-art concession stand, bathrooms, and it complements the quad that's already done.
That's right.
And so that's been a lot of permitting and getting to that point to be able to do that. You know, but, and it's just unattainable to say, because, you know, not picking up bad things, but several years ago, the fence got took down, you know, we didn't quite have the grant money or whatever, not put, and everybody was like, well, why is this fence took down? Why is this took down? You know, we were kind of ready to start, but then we didn't, the money hadn't quite come in yet, and then everybody questioned that. So we would, there's heaven's sakes, we don't want to take the concession stand down, and ran on them's out there in 10 by 10 tents frying underneath a tent, you know.
That's right.
So,
and,
I mean,
and the last thing we want is for anything, you know, negatively on your business
Yeah,
or,
well, and,
and on the businesses around,
Yeah.
you know, Baker County that are trying to help here. Also, another thing, you know, I would love to get with Mr. Hodges and just, you know, if he's if First Federal's pledging 50,000, you know, if we're not going to be able to do that at this time, you know, is that something that they would be able to extend to the next
Brandon
fiscal
signed
year?
papers on that a few weeks ago
Right.
to get that $50,000, you know.
Right.
So
Okay.
that's a done deal.
Yeah, it's a
Just-
done
it'll
deal.
be, it'll go
Yeah.
towards it later in construction.
It'll go towards the concession stand later in construction.
So really, at this point,
Yeah.
we're gearing up to start this at the completion or as soon as y'all can
Yeah, we'll-
of the Little League season
Ideally,
this
we
year.
would like to start now that we've got everything worked out with everything. Ideally, as soon as All-Stars is over with in
Yeah.
the summer, kind of like we did last summer, we jumped on it, you know. But you're still talking, you know,
Late June,
Right.
early July.
late June, early July.
Okay.
You're going through another season without the whole bathroom concession. And little Johnny's got to go a pretty good distance right now to the bathroom.
Sure.
I get it.
Mhm.
Anything else? Anybody? I got a couple questions on the, what can be done? Nothing.
It's
I'm
just,
I'm just asking,
well, it's until you know, we get told we can expenditure the money, I would say nothing can be done.
Right.
Because the problem of it is
I should have asked that in a different way. If I was to tell you today you had the money, what could get done?
we possibly could get, so our goal was the minor league field sets just adjacent to all the construction. So we looked at it aesthetically, we're gonna tear this whole area up at one time, put it back all at one time. So we possibly could get the minor league field, and then we had plans to upgrade the major league field, which is across the way over by what they call the boardroom. We were gonna upgrade it with new infield and some backstops and stuff. But here's the thing with that, Mr. Jim, you know this from,
Yeah.
you do vertical construction. Our goal was, let's sink all the money in the concession stand and bathrooms, make sure we get what we need to get there. And then what money we had left over, we're gonna work on fields and fences, because right now, we could do some tuning up there, but we're in a pretty good place.
Right.
So it's kinda hard to go spend money on the fencing and the ball fields, not knowing what kind of costs we're gonna have in the vertical construction.
And
And
that's,
especially dealing with the electrical issue that we've got already, we know about.
and that's where I was going with my question. So your main goal right now really is concession stand.
Yes, sir.
That needs to be done before we work on fields.
Yes, sir.
Just for the simple fact to make sure we got the money to do it.
And I'm speaking for the group right now, Mr. Jim, but yes, sir, I'm saying that I feel like Brian and I had long conversations about, we gotta get this nice new concession stand and get rid of this ugly building, so it helps feed the quad, because the quad will be able to use off of it, the minor league field will be able to use off of it. As it is now, they're either porta pottying or they're traveling all the way over to what they call the boardroom to use the bathroom. So you got a 4-year-old kid at T-ball practice, he don't know 10 minutes from now he's gotta use the bathroom, so I see their pain.
Well, you got an old man sitting here, and when he has to go, you gotta go. Just being honest.
Yes, sir, I understand.
But,
And like I said, those people, they don't watch this meeting. All they
Right.
know is the county said we're gonna do it, and us as the developers are trying to help the county. You know, we the ones that get the brunt in it. I know y'all deal with it all the time. I just felt like publicly we need to put it out there if we can, to say, hey, this is why we don't have bathrooms, this is why we don't have, you know, these field upgrades that we promised.
well, I'm one commissioner, and I can tell you, I'm very frustrated
Yes, sir.
that you even had to come up here for this reason.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Trying to be civil,
Yes, sir.
and I will be civil,
Yes, sir.
but this is unacceptable.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's unacceptable to this board. It's unacceptable to the citizens of Baker County,
Yes, sir.
and we should not be in this position. In many positions that this county's in right now, sad to say, is because of our comptroller.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But I'm looking for resolutions.
Yes, sir.
And if we can't come up with the money, you say we're around 300 now?
Yes, we have other.
I'm
pro-
gonna recommend that this board looks in our reserves to finish this project.
Yes, sir.
This project needs to be completed.
Yes, sir.
We've dealt with this recreation in Baker County since I've been on a board member for 15 years,
Yes, sir.
spending nothing,
Yes, sir.
doing nothing,
Yes, sir.
doing the best we could with what we had. I'll just put it to you
Right,
like
yes,
that.
sir.
And we had nothing.
Yes,
This time we had an option and an opportunity to do something.
yes, sir.
And I'm not going to let the failures of one office in this community take away from the recreation department of this community.
Yes, sir.
Because it wasn't the kids' fault that we're in this position.
Right.
It wasn't your fault,
Yes, sir.
or all the people that's working with you. It wasn't your fault that we're in this position.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't county staff's fault that we're in this position.
Yes, sir.
We're in this position because of failures of another office of the county.
Yes, sir.
And I refuse to let the failures of the office of another county inflict stuff to my kids and my grandkids.
Yes, sir.
My grandkids plays on those fields.
Right.
I played on those fields.
Yes.
And I hope my great grandkids plays
Right.
on those
Yes,
fields.
sir. Yes, sir.
And I'm going to support, not now, but if we have to
Yes, sir.
finish this project, if the funds are not there, we're going to get it done.
Yes, sir.
That's my commitment.
Yes, sir.
I'm just one commissioner, and they could four
Well,
against
and
one.
that's Brian and I's, commitment to the thing. We said we would see it through phase 2. I mean, we told Sarah that, and Randall and Jamie, we would see it through, and it's kind of disheartening to us when we put,
Well,
we met a lot of summer
It's
mornings up
disheartening to me because we got people
Yes, sir.
doing work for nothing,
there. Yes, sir.
and we still can't do it.
Yes, sir. And that's not for a pat on our backs. That's
I
what
know
we're
it's
looking
not,
for.
and you're not
We
asking
just-
for any recognition from
we just-
anything,
we
but
just want-
the truth is you're doing it, and you're not getting paid,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the truth.
and that's the truth.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And we had the money to get it done, but we don't know where it's at.
Yes, sir.
Do we have any kind of timelines, Sarah? I mean, did they give you any, because,
No, sir.
Well, Commissioner, I'd answer that one. We have failed to do audits for 3 years in a row. One turned in 10 days shy of 2 years after the fiscal year. One last year, it's lost $66,000. Last year, we spent $56,000 in additional consultant fees to get the job done. We're now already well beyond our deadline, and we're spending already thousands of dollars of consultant fees to get the job done that they have done. So how many years do we have to keep going for the failure of that office? I don't think any of the commissioners here don't support the objective.
Yes, sir.
We all do. The frustration is exceptionally high right now
Yeah.
with that office because the failure to do it, and today to come before us today to find out now we truly are not only can't move forward the project because the misspending, misallocation, whatever you want to call, to find out we say we have no money when our accounting records show we should have almost 400,000.
Yes, sir.
That's another slap in the face
600,000.
from the failure of that office to
Yes, sir.
do their job. And again, facts are facts.
Yes, sir.
I'm not being, you call me ugly, but facts are facts with what's happened here. And so this is another situation that we don't know what money we have. The clerk did not even come as the comptroller. She did not even come to the first county budget workshop that we held trying to put together a budget for this year. And so we need to know what money this county has, what we don't, what was allocated. We don't know that right now because the comptroller and the one who made it very clear to us months ago that it was her job, her sole job, and under no circumstances would the county administration hire a finance person to assist the county. That is her job and she would do it. Well, she has failed to do it. So I appreciate everything that you guys have done.
Yes, sir.
But Ryan and the entire team understand something. We got to get our finances in
Right.
line to know what we got,
Right.
to know what we can spend. And we don't even know that. We don't know if right now, I have no confidence in how much ARPA money we have. I have no confidence in
Right.
what our balances are with county money.
Yes, sir.
So that's where the frustration is. But
Yes, sir.
I appreciate
Yes, sir.
everybody's continued focus on it and appreciate you for coming
Well,
before
Thank
tonight.
y'all for your time.
thank you.
Mr. Ruiz, Andre,
Ms.
I'm sorry. Audrey,
How are you? Good afternoon to all of our county commissioners.
how are
I
you?
want to shift the atmosphere. Y'all kind of deflated a little bit on me. But this is the day that the Lord has made.
Amen, sir.
And we are obligated to rejoice, and we are glad in it. So I bring you greetings from Jewish Families Community Services. I am the new Baker representative as the Relief and Response Coordinator here, and we are going to be working with many of our community members with the funds that we have earmarked here for Baker County. And I just wanted to come and say hello, and that we are very much excited working along with the Baker County Sheriff's Office and our emergency management systems, and to let you know that we are in place now. Our office is located at Keller Center there off of 8th Street, and that we are working with families throughout the community to get and meet unmet needs during disasters. The particular disasters that have been declared for our Baker County is for the Helene as well as Milton. So please put the word out for us as we will continue to do the same. Just wanted to let you know that we are here. If there's anything that we can do to help with this community, not only in this endeavor, but whatever it is that we can do, we do give you and solicit your prayers and your cooperation with us in our endeavors. And thank you so very much.
Any questions?
Any
Ron?
questions?
We appreciate what you've already
ma'am.
done in the county
Yes, sir.
and look forward to much success in the future.
Thank you so much.
You've
I
already had an
appreciate it.
impact here.
Yes, sir. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no other speaker cards. If anyone else wants to address it, you fill out a speaker card and bring it before the board, please. We'll move to our next item on the agenda, which is our consent agenda items. Has everyone had a chance to look at the consent agenda items? If so, I'll take a motion to approve.
I move we can approve the consent agenda items as stated.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We do have a 6 o'clock public hearing tonight, so I will be going into a 6 o'clock public hearing at 6 o'clock, so just wanted to make everyone aware. If I shut you down, don't get mad at me. All right, we move to our next item on the agenda, which is the FEMA projects funding option. John Bell.
Good evening, Chairman, Board. Thanks for having me. John Beal, Thomas Hall Ferguson. Recently, we had a discussion with Commissioner Mobley and Sarah about some of the cash flow considerations for these projects, for the FEMA projects that the county is undertaking. There's 5 total. Right now, with what's awarded, there's a total of $4.23 million worth of projects. One of those is a large. 4 of those are small. 1 is still to be awarded. That award amount is not included in this $4.23 million. So there were some cash flow worries and considerations. We had a discussion to talk about these and wanted to share this information with the board to make the board aware of what's going on. So when it comes to these projects, as I mentioned, only one of these is a large. There was another project that would be considered large, but due to the Debbie proportional cost, it will actually indeed be a small. So we're only dealing with one large project. And why that's important is with the FEMA Public Assistance Program, is any small projects, upon obligation, go through what's called an automatic payment trigger through the state. Now, those are susceptible to audit, so that means the state can stop any single one that they want and investigate. But most of the time, they go through that automatic payment trigger.
What does that mean?
So what it means is FEMA obligates the funding, and the state starts a queue for your payments, of which will be issued to the county. So it's a payable process that the state is undertaking to make sure that all the information and documentation is there that they need to pay the county. Now, typically that process, historically I should say, is between 30 to 60 days. So once it's obligated, 30 to 60 days, the county is paid out. Currently, there is a backlog in that, so it's about 100 to 200 days, give or take. And so for these small projects, and we talked about this with notice to proceeds versus obligations, once a project is obligated, that is when we'll issue the notice to proceed, with the exception of one or two projects based on the county needs. So that way, we are ensuring that the funding is coming to the county before the payments are due to the actual vendors. So the cash flow considerations for the small is not as heavy as it is with the large, because with the large one, what's going to happen, this traditional large, is that you have to wait till the work is done. You have to gather all your documentation, you have to give it to the state, they have to validate it, and then they pay you out. So the only large in this project, or excuse me, in this group, is Steel Bridge Road, which is about 1.79 million right now. Now, the good news is, with the large ones, there's still an option called request for advance with the state. So what you can do with those is you can request 50% of your cost up front, and then once you get to that 50% mark of the work being done, you can actually make another request once you provided the state with documentation for an additional 50%, meaning 25% of the total project at that time. So there are some cash flow considerations there. There's also two other options I'm going to put out here so the board is aware of them. One is a LAP program through the state of Florida. They have not confirmed yet that they are doing this for Hurricane Debbie, Helene, and Milton. They did it for Idalia and Ian. So we are still waiting to hear back if that's an option. That would be a great option for the county if they need a cash flow, that particular project, because it's a 0% loan that's given to the county and then repaid back to the state once the work is completed and all the documentation, close out, all that information is submitted to the state. There is also, if you have to, if that's not an option, if you have to go out to a private financer and obtain a loan to cash flow the project, there's a carve out within FEMA for interest expense for capitalized assets that you can get those reimbursed, those interest expenses reimbursed through the FEMA Public Assistance Program. So there's a lot of caveats to that. We kind of talked about that, is if once we get there, we can look at how these the county's capital assets are structured, and if it falls into that same category. Generally speaking, most of the time it is, because it's GAAP compliant. I know we might have some concerns with that, but that is an option down the road if it comes to that. But between the small projects going through the payment trigger process upon obligation, and with only one large project being there, that we could do a request for advance, and then again, once you get to that 50%, do an additional request for advance for that additional 25%. That should be enough to get the county going, but it depends on, the needs of the county and what you have at that time.
Yes.
I want to try to make sure I understand some of the terms that you're using. For example, let's talk about the small projects first.
Sure.
Forget large, let's talk about the small.
Sure.
Once we start the process, you get it obligated, and we start do we have to expend the resources, we have to spend the money, we have to do the project, we have to write checks, we have to physically pay out money, and then ask for reimbursement. Am I correct?
So, no, for the small projects, and this is, I commend Dennis for what he's doing right now, because one of the issues that counties have with FEMA is what they're going to do is say, we're going to estimate the project to be this much. And what gets allowed counties in trouble is they accept that amount, then they go to do the work, and the estimate was way lower than the work. And so they're on the hook for that difference. What's been happening here is that Dennis has been doing a lot of work with the FEMA representatives to get an accurate dollar amount. They've been giving lower numbers than you'd want on the estimates, and so that's why we moved these RFPs through to get actual dollars. So now what we're doing is submitting actual dollars to FEMA. So how that relates to the small project is, now that we can get it obligated at that amount, with the small projects, they are going to pay that out upon obligation. Obligation just means that it's gone through the FEMA process, No invoices, no submitted work, that type of stuff. It's gone through the FEMA process of the documentation that they require, and then they pay that portion out.
And so to be clear, when you say they paid that portion out, we've gone through the process, we've got it awarded, we got it, they say easy numbers, say it's a $300,000 project. They're gonna send us a $300,000 check before we do the work?
That's correct. That's what the small projects do.
Okay, so the small projects, following the process, we actually receive funding before we
Yes.
actually do the work, so we have funding available, so as the work's being done, it's being paid back.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
However, the large projects, what I didn't understand with that is you go through this process and get 50% of the funding upfront?
So yes, it's the same trigger, it's the obligation. Once it's obligated, you can make that request to the state to get a request for advancement on the project, of which they do 50%.
And so, through the process, but the fact is, we can get the 50% of the money upfront before we actually spend the money.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And after we spent the 50%, we can ask for 50% of the remaining balance,
Correct.
which is 25%, and we can get that. So we
That's
get 75% of the project. But then that last 25%, we expend out and do the project, pay out, and then we get reimbursed for that last 25.
That's correct.
Okay, so at the end of the day, we are not out money up front on any of these projects except for 25% at the very end of the one large project.
Correct.
At 1.79, you're talking about 895,000 coming in at 50, up front, the 50%. We expend that, and
then we get another
then we
four-
ask for another 50%, which is
400.
25%, so we get 475 at that point. So the county would be on the hook for 475
Until we
to
got
complete the
reimbursed.
project.
Yes.
Correct.
So we wanted to make sure that after we had this conversation with John, it made us feel a lot better because we had talked about how are we gonna float this money on these projects, right? And so after we had a conversation with John, I'm like, can you come and give that exact same conversation to the full board? And one thing that I want to point out that I think was really important when we had a conversation was on our large project, that contractor cannot bill the county until he reaches 50% of construction also. So you won't be worried about all these little bills coming in, so he can't bill us while we're waiting on that 50% payment on your large project, right, from the state. If you can get that advance, the contractor is still doing work, but he can't bill us until he gets to 50%.
Whoa,
So,
so on a $1.8 million project, he's got to spend 800,000 out of his, or 900,000 out of his pocket before he can ask for reimbursement?
yes. That's the way the contract is written, to make sure that we don't have cash flow problems like this. So I thought that was very important to point out to you guys, because I know there was some heavy
one's-
concerns about how
okay.
we were gonna front
That's a
the
new
money on those. So yes, sir, like I said, I appreciate John coming and breaking it down for us, because it made me feel a lot more comfortable after we had that conversation. though.
I
So
don't
to be
see
clear
it.
on that one,
What I was fixing to say, I didn't see any need for us to do any financing, but after tonight and watching what I had, the first,
Oh, that's a different argument, but yes, sir, I understand where you're coming from.
I hope we can track these. We couldn't track the other ARPA. I hope we can. Different story.
If
So,
we-
I'm sorry, let me finish the one last thing on this.
you still might have to borrow
On
$100.
this contract, on the large one, 1.8 million,
Yes, sir.
if he's doing the work and we get our money from the obligation, the 500,000,
Right.
he can bill us then.
Yes, sir.
So he may have done $400,000 worth. We get our funding, and then he could go ahead and bill us that. But he can work up to half the cost, up to 900,000. And if we haven't received the money from them, we still don't have to pay him. But at any point while he's doing that work, if we receive that 50% money from FEMA, we can go ahead and begin paying them, right?
I mean, we could pay him early, yes. I mean, the contract is written so that at 50% payment's required, but certainly if we've got the money and he's at a point that you all are comfortable issuing payment,
okay.
certainly. Yes,
All
sir.
right. Just want to make sure I understood the options, because we shouldn't expect a contractor to hold work and do almost $1 million worth of work.
Yes, sir.
When we've got the money that could pay him, we need to pay the bill. So,
Correct.
okay.
Yes, sir.
And that gives you leeway for any lag time between the state actually producing those payments,
Gotcha.
which is why I wanted to bring up that 100 to 200 day piece, because there is a little bit of lag time going on right now that should be considered.
Well, that makes us feel better.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Could you clarify something I had in my notes right here? FEMA will reimburse any interest expense on capital assets if a loan was required.
If we require it.
If it's required, correct. If the loan was required, as long as it's a capitalized assets, and I'm gonna put an asterisk there because there is a list of things that go along with that, then it is reimbursable through the public assistance program.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you, John.
So that's last resort.
Yeah, that's right. I just wanted to say it.
Of course.
But that's a separate program or application you got to apply for to get reimbursed from the.
It's within the same program, it's just contingent upon you having that need for it.
Okay.
If we had to borrow the money to cover, to float the rest of it, then all that interest would be reimbursable.
Okay, that's,
Actually, it's good news that.
It's great news, and that's why,
Yeah.
that's why I didn't want to explain it here. I would appreciate you coming. Of
course.
Just to make sure we
Well,
got
for
it,
sure.
got it all covered.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you,
Yeah,
John.
thank you, John.
We got time for item number 2. Here,
Brandon
data.
talks real fast.
You gotta talk real fast. I'll put it to you like this, you got 5 minutes, can you do it 5 minutes?
I don't know about that, but
If not, I can move things around.
we can certainly do the introduction and then come back and do the presentation afterwards. But good evening, Chair, members of the board. Pleasure to be back before you this evening. I'm Brandon Stubbs. I'm the Planning and Grants Manager for North Florida Professional Services. As you probably recall, about 4 or 5 months ago, we came before you with a task work order to do your evaluation appraisal report, data analysis, and then we were going to continue with a phase 2 to update your comprehensive plan. Once we got the data analysis book complete, we did apply for the Community Planning Technical Assistance Grant. Unfortunately, it was not awarded. So the good thing is y'all did have the insight to budget those funds anyways. So we will likely try to come back before y'all in the next meeting with a task work order to commence phase 2 because y'all have till July 1st of 2026 to get all those amendments done. Now we got the data analysis completed, we are ready to move forward with that process. I would like to introduce my team so we got Justin Tabor, he's my senior planner. He worked hard on this data analysis book. Got Miss Lori Hodson there, and Miss Erin Martins, she's our land use planner. So you got us 4 working on this project that are going to be working on your comp plan. We got a pretty heavy public participation process planned for the comp plan series with workshops with citizens, with your PZB and this commission to make sure we have good and clear vision of what y'all plan for the next 20 years. I don't want to take up too much time. If you want us to start on the presentation, we can, or we can just let y'all commence business, and then after your time certain, we'll do the presentation.
You know how long your presentation is?
It depends. Our presentation isn't that long. Probably be pushing to get it done in 10 minutes, but it's more or less the questions y'all going to have afterwards.
Let's hold off on that. I'm gonna jump down on my list here and maybe do a couple other items. I know it's gonna be fast.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to interrupt you in the middle of your presentation. That's not professional, not to my point. So, and I don't want, I'd like to see the presentation so we can ask questions all at the same
Yeah, and I
time.
would rather have y'all's input as we go along.
Yeah.
So if y'all wanted to
So
stop.
if you don't mind,
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are
that's
all
where I'm
very,
fixing to
very
go.
quick
I'm gonna
items.
step down to,
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
thank you for being understanding. I was gonna move down to item number 4, EMPG grant. I think it's gonna go.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman of the board, standing in for Director Blanchard, wasn't able to make it tonight, and the first item is for the board's approval to accept the grant for the EMPG. It's It's a little bit, $600, I think, more than what was initially anticipated, but the
Yes, sir.
amount of $50,107.85.
Is this an annual grant, Denny?
It is.
Yeah.
This is an annual grant that we get,
Correct.
Yes.
and does it have a match?
No, sir.
No match required.
It's a weird deal, the way the two of them kind of supplement each other, but
Yeah.
no, sir.
Okay. Sarah, do we know if this was included in the budget?
Not on our end, Commissioner, but it's on my list.
So I'm gonna ask the question then, if we have grants that we know we get on an annual basis, why aren't they in the budget from the onset?
Because we wouldn't know
We
the
wouldn't
amount.
know the amount.
But
yes.
we can figure out really close to what the amount is, and if it's off a few dollars, I mean, our budgets are never that precise to the penny. What I don't understand is when we know on an annual basis we're getting something, why aren't we putting it in the budget?
So let me clarify that answer. So it's not a solid no. So if there are some that are routine, they are, especially on the sheriff's office, and we know we're gonna get those, they are part of the sheriff's office budget request. This one specifically, I'm not sure, we'd have to get with,
Okay.
their finance director to know if it was included or not, but yes, sir. So some are and some are not. I'm sorry, that's not a clear, definite answer for you. It's on my list to confirm.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve the grant as requested.
Second.
A motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We're gonna let you, let's see where we're at. We're gonna go down to item number 7. I know we have a workshop request, but we'll probably need to have some discussion on that.
I'll be quick. Now that I know y'all got
Sarah,
money,
help
I
me
wanna
keep up
spend
with what I'm
Yes,
jumping
sir,
over here.
certainly.
What?
Now that I know you got some money back, I want to spend some of it.
Emergency.
Oh, Lord help us.
Okay.
All right, Chris.
Okay,
Park
this
the
is,
truck.
I come to you tonight to seek, see if I can go ahead and place an order for the new Public Works truck from Duval Ford. Truck is in the amount of $62,213. And with that, we've got $70,000 in our budget for this particular truck. So along with that 62,000, there's gonna be an additional, we're still gonna get a radio, two-way radio for the truck. That runs around $1,000. A toolbox and flashing lights, which is another 1,000 between it. But with that $2,000, it still stays well inside the $70,000 budget.
And this is in the budget.
Correct.
Yes, sir. And this is the F-250 diesel that you requested.
Yeah, we don't wanna go with no 150 no more. I mean, it don't make sense. for
I couldn't believe
a work truck.
that I could get that truck for that price.
That's a
here.
good price.
And this is gonna be ordered, so this truck won't be in until, this thing says the second week of January, I believe. It'll probably push into February, because this was a week or so old now.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion to approve.
Second. A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank y'all.
We'll move into item number 8. Grant application requests. Mr. Nelson.
I had to look and see what number 8 was.
Well,
This
I
is-
did too, so.
Yes, sir. I've got 2 grant applications. These are the EMS matching grants. These are what we do every year. Last year it was ventilators. This year, looking to actually do 2. The first one is for AED project for some public assembly buildings and government buildings. Like in this room here, we don't have one. We'd like to get an AED, $36,000. We would use our match money from the opioid settlement funds, and we have plenty in there. So, like approval to just apply for this grant.
And this is applying for a grant.
Yes, sir.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yes.
For the public assembly.
Real quick, like.
Yeah, where would those be?
We would have some large churches that
Oh,
maybe don't
just-
have them
yeah.
to apply to receive those.
Yeah.
Good.
And based on need and their ability to come to some training and stuff,
Sure.
like other counties have done. So-
Right, yeah, I'm commissioner from Union asked the same thing,
Yes, sir.
and we talked about it. I would definitely like to see some of those years to the churches.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I move we approve the application.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, comment?
Quick question. When we go out to purchase these, do we go under some state contract, or how do we go? Do we advertise? Do we get bids on what for getting these? Where do we get? How do we make a decision on what we're buying?
Yes, sir. Well, we normally try to buy the same, that way we can keep pads and stuff that are interchangeable. And we get those through a purchasing contract through Saviac,
Okay.
which is through our,
Okay,
yes, sir.
thank you.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 9, grant application requests. Mr. Nelson.
Yes, sir. This is the second grant application. This for 4 life pack monitors, which are the ones that actually will be carried on the rescue units. 3 on our primary, and then at least 1 for our backup rescue unit. These are very expensive, and this is why we're trying to go for this grant. We did put the match money in our budget. Normal life expectancy with maintenance, routine maintenance, which we do every year, you're supposed to get about 8 to 10 years out of them, and then they start losing parts and things like that. They're down now, ours are 13 years old, fixing to be on 14. Well, they were bought in 2011. So we'd like to apply for that grant, and we have the match money in the budget.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. You got one more.
Yes, sir. The last one is just being a good neighbor. Obviously, last year's grant, we got 4 ventilators to put on the rescue units, and we have 2 that we want to declare surplus and donate them to Charlton County EMS. No cost to them. We'll be getting rid of some equipment that has been maintained, but they could utilize it. They don't have that type of equipment.
They don't
so
have it, and it's still working.
Yep, yes,
Great
sir.
idea.
It's been maintenance in the last 6 months, so it's
Okay.
ready to go.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I move we approve the surplus and distribution of the
Second.
surplus equipment.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Thank you, sir. We're going into recess for a couple minutes.
And you're live.
Of course, that was live.
Go ahead and call this Baker County Board of County Commissioners meeting back into session. We're gonna go right into our public hearing. Tonight, it looks like we have final hearings tonight, so.
We do. Everything I have for you this evening is for second reading, so we will require action for each one. So we'll get started. So the first two items I have for you are companion items, so if it's okay, I'll present them together.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is for ordinance number 2025-33, a small-scale land use amendment with a request from very low-density residential to medium-density residential, and the companion rezoning, ordinance number 2025-34, with a request of residential conventional mobile home 1 to residential conventional mobile home .5. So this parcel is located off of Gaskin Circle. It's currently 1 acre. Very low density residential land use and RCMH 1 zoning. Currently, the property is vacant and would be considered in compliance. However, the applicants would like the flexibility to build themselves a home and have a home place for their parents in the future. So with that, they would need half-acre zoning in order to support 2 dwellings. So if you look at the land use and zoning maps here, you'll see there, it's very colorful, a little mix of everything. So you'll see on 2 sides, very low density residential. And then on one side, there is the agricultural zone A. You'll see there is some RCMH 2.5, some RCMH 1, and then some RCMH 0.5 just down the street. And then the parcel right next to it is also medium density residential with the RCMH 0.5. This parcel is not near the flood zone at all, so that's why you do not see a flood map here. Okay, so the applicant, or the application from RCMH 1 to RCMH 0.5 would result in a conforming lot with very similar uses and lot requirements with a minimal change in density. Again, it would be compliant now. They could place 1 home now, but it is planning for the future in order to have their parents there as well. So staff recommends approval and LPA recommended approval as well. If you have any questions, the property owners are here.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Is there any residents on it now?
No, it's vacant right now.
Any other questions or comments? Any questions or comments from anyone in the public? What's the pleasure of the board on ordinance 2025-33?
Move we approve 2025-33, read by title.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Commissioner Commando.
Yes, sir. Ordinance 2025-33, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Baker County, Florida, making a small-scale amendment to the Baker County Comprehensive Plan by reclassifying approximately 1 acre real property owned by Nikki and Quentin Page from very low residential to medium density residential, providing findings by the Board of County Commissioners, providing direction for recording, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
I'll close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We'll go back into our public hearing. Ordinance 2025-34. Does anyone in the public have any comment? Yes, ma'am.
That's what your land use is right now.
Right.
It's very low density residential, and the request is to go to medium density residential.
No, other direction.
That's just what your land use is right now.
You're going to the better direction.
Oh, that's just the fancy word for it. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. It's fine. If you don't know, ask. That's it. Any other questions or comments from anyone in the public?
Is that a flood zone?
Any other questions or comments from anyone in the public? Any questions or comments from the board? What's the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion to approve ordinance number 2025-34 rezoning, read by title.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Commander?
Yes, sir. Ordinance 2025-34, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Baker County, Florida, amending the Baker County zoning map by reclassifying approximately 1 acre of real property owned by Nikki and Quentin Page from residential conventional mobile home 1 to residential conventional mobile home .5, providing for a change of zoning, providing direction for recording, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Go back into our public hearing, ordinance 2025-35.
Okay, so, this is for ordinance number 2025-35, rezoning with a request from light industrial to heavy industrial. So this is the current site of construction. It's located off of Enterprise East Boulevard, just across the street from the Walmart DC. It's a 20-acre parcel, has a current land use of industrial and a current zoning of light industrial. It is the intention of the applicant to build a asphalt concrete manufacturing plant. And based on current regulations, it would need to be within a heavy industrial district in order to do that instead of that light industrial. Just looking back in previous historical records, it does look like that's always been the intent of Burner Construction. Just when they went through that original process, whether restrictions or requirements were different, or if it was just an oversight. They did not ask for heavy industrial at the time, but it does seem like that has always been the intention of the applicant. So we, that's why we're here. So if you look around at the neighboring parcels, there's quite a bit of industrial in this area. Of course, the DC across the street, and then the Development Commission also owns a couple of parcels near here that are industrial. One of which is heavy industrial. So you'll see up here, if you recall, they went through a process last year to bring that one to heavy industrial. There were some questions last meeting about residential areas in proximity to this parcel. There is this blue square here. That is the Allen Acres subdivision, so that's that would be the closest residential area to the site. I did include the flood map there. There is not, none of the floodplain actually touches this parcel, but across the street there is sort of some close proximity, so we just wanted to show that. The parcel's currently compliant, no issues there. Again, it is just your intent to be able to manufacture that asphalt on site. Speaking with the applicant, it does seem that that would be a very good thing to have here locally, not just for the applicant, but maybe for some other business owners as well. So staff recommends approval, and LPA recommended approval as well. And the applicant is here if you have any questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
before we have conversation or vote, I need to abstain due to a conflict.
Yes, sir. You just have to fill out the proper form.
Got it.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board? Any questions, comments from anyone in the public? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve ordinance 2025-35, read by title.
Second.
Have a motion to second, Mr. Commando.
Yes, sir. Ordinance 2025-35, an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Baker County, Florida, amending the Baker County zoning map by reclassifying approximately 20 acres of real property owned by Burnham Construction, Inc. from light industrial to heavy industrial, providing for a change of zoning, providing direction for recording, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Close the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We're back into our public hearing, exemption for TIP subdivision.
Okay, so this application is for an exemption to subdivision requirements for preliminary review. this site is located off of 127 and National Forest Road 231. So this is 222 acres total. It is a portion of 2 parcels. It has a current land use of agriculture A and a current zoning of agriculture 10. So what we're actually looking at, this is 127, this is 231. So we have this entire parcel that's owned by Radiant and this entire parcel. But we are only looking at the portions of these 2 parcels that are north of 231. So that would be this portion here, and that would be this portion here. Nothing to the south of 231 is part of this request. So the applicant proposes recording a platted subdivision with 18 lots. The vacant lots, once recorded, would be available for individual purpose and developed then by the purchaser. Wonder if our batteries are going dead. I'm clicking and it's not clicking along. So you'll see on most sides, you have the agriculture zone A that is the same as the applicant, except there is some conservation land on one side there. And in close proximity, everything around this group of parcels is Ag 10. So you'll see the flood map for this section and this section. The only part of the flood zone that comes down is this little spot here. There is some south of 231, but that's not part of this proposed development at all. So this here is what that lot layout would look like. So it's broken into 2 sections here. This would be the first 6 lots here, and then this would be lots 7 through 18. There is a gas line easement that goes through these parcels here, but it is noted there. And then that one small piece of flood zone, you will see it is right here. So lot 14, 15, and 16 would be the only impacts from that. So all of these would have access from 231, which is a National Forest Road, but it is maintained by our county road department. So there are a portion of the roads owned by the National Forest Service that are county maintained, and then there are some of them that the National Forest Service maintains. But those are more of those roads that are actually out in the forest. So with that, staff does recommend approval. LPA recommended approval as well. Mr. Scott McClintock, he was the agent for this application. He was not available tonight, but Ms. Brandy Voles is here on his behalf to speak as an agent if needed. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Any questions or comments from anyone on the board?
I have one quick question for, when you said staff reviewed and recommended.
Yes.
Who is considered staff?
So
Who all
that-
looked at it?
So that is myself, Sarah, county manager, Trevor for fire rescue, Chris Lee, environmental health, and the school board.
She means the DRC.
Yeah, so DRC is who is considered staff.
Make sure I knew who always had looked at it. It's okay
Yeah.
with it.
Yep.
How often is this road maintained? No. It's on a schedule.
It's on a light schedule,
A light schedule?
meaning only when needed.
So you know this will bring it to more than just when needed.
It'll have to be.
Or it's just needed all the time now.
Yeah.
Just needed on routine level.
That's a sand road too, ain't it?
It
It'll
is.
require a bunch of cross drains to be added across the road, but it's, we will have to maintain it more often.
Are we able to put cross drains on that? If we maintain it, we're able to do that?
Well, this is just before you for the exemption from the preliminary subdivision process. When they come in with development requests, isn't that something that would be a cost that you would pass on to the developer? I believe
won't-
that's the way our code's written.
It wouldn't come back to us, would it?
Yes, it's gotta come back.
So historically, these types with these large tracks have not, other than looking at a plat. We would not look at any sort of road development that was not set forth here.
So this is part of the conversation that y'all are gonna have about impact fees. So
Yeah.
this is creating an impact to the county.
Right.
It's now, the rest of the county's gonna have to shoulder, taking care of drainage, grading, things like that.
So approving the exemption tonight, once approved, then there's no further actions by the board at all?
Not for the road, no. And generally, like we've talked about before, or recently with other subdivisions, there could be an instance where this is the last that you're really seeing of this application.
Yeah, this isn't something that requires 2 public hearings, this is just one.
Right.
And so we have this layout of the subdivision. So when we say we're exempting from subdivision requirements, what are we actually exempting?
So you're,
The main exemption, let me say, the main exemption is no paving, right?
yes.
Because the subdivision will require either an HOA
Mm-hmm.
to maintain any roads internally, which
Mhm.
doesn't exist here. It exempts them from having to do improvements to the county road, because under normal subdivision requirements, it would require the road to be paved and the county road to be paved all the way back connecting to another county paved road.
Well, it exempts them from a whole list of things
So-
that are
so-
in
Yeah,
their
there's-
code that they would have to provide before getting subdivision approval. Honestly, the road issue is
The road, so that's what I want to get at. There's more than simply an issue about the road that is exempted through this process, and that's what I want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, there are a list of things. It's not just the road. So actually,
So let me ask you this, let me say it this way. If we
Mm-hmm.
approve this exemption request, essentially what we've just done is said, you can put these lots out here and we don't have to keep redoing it. Is this plat recorded or what's happened?
they still have to plat it.
so
It's already platted.
no, no.
But before you build something, you
For
have to
for
separate.
for 10 acre when all of the lots have been 10 acres or more,
No.
they have not. Yeah.
So in essence, after this, if this is approved tonight, we basically have 18, 20 acre lots that are now outsold individually
Yes.
to be done.
Yes.
And it meets all our requirements. There's no further review by the
Yes.
commission. We simply have 18 whatever, is it 18 or 20?
It's 18.
18. That we essentially have 18 individual lots that can go now and get recorded at the clerk's office, right? With a legal description, property, whatever, and get 18 different legal descriptions recorded for 18 individual parcels.
That's correct.
And each individual parcel can be sold, and it's a legal conforming lot that we now issue permits on, and everything. Right.
Well, the only question I have is on the exemption, is there some kind of, can we say the developer helped with the drainage of the road? This is not even a
Yeah,
county road.
so-
This is a forest road.
That's the.
We don't even own the road.
Right.
Correct.
Right. So that is the beautiful thing about the request of an exemption. An exemption doesn't have to be granted, or it could be granted on
Conditions.
with conditions. Yes.
This is where I'm having heartburn is that I didn't know this until the night when he said we had to have cross drains. So if we're gonna have to go out there, I don't mind grading the road, 'cause we've always graded the road.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't bother me. I know we're going to have to grade it more. The problem I have is we're going to have to start putting drainage and this other things in, and this is only affected by because the subdivision is being, not a subdivision, but
Yeah? So-
it's being put in. So that's why I'm looking at, if it's not gonna, if there was on a county maintained road that we've already got the drainage and everything already done on it, that's not really gonna affect it as much as this one is what I'm hearing.
And what-
I'm listening to the road department is what I'm doing. So if we gotta go out there and spend county funds to get this road up to par so that the people can actually use it, then I am gonna lean back to saying, well, we need to look at putting an exemption on, to the exemption. You're gonna have to help pay for bringing that road up to par, not pave it, but if there's drainage and all that issues need to be addressed, they need to help with that. I'll guarantee you Radiant's got a lot more money than Baker County's got.
So the question would be, what kind of improvements are needed? What would be the improvements needed for, what's gonna be needed because of these 18 lots going in? That's the question.
3 sets of cross tracks. There's one out there now, we need 3 more double barrel 24-inch cross tracks.
Have we had an instance before with a forest road that we?
This is the first forest road since I've been here.
Why do we maintain a forest road in the first place?
There's several of them that we do. There was an
Very good
agreement.
question, Commissioner.
Do we not
Predates
get
all of
funding?
us.
Yeah, it was from back
I've
in.
never heard it, and I've been
Back
here
in the
quite a few years.
80s, there was a road maintenance agreement between the county and the National Forest Service that laid out the forest roads that would be maintained by the county and the ones that would not. And then there are some that only a portion is county maintained,
But there's
not
a
even
big
the whole road.
difference when they're maintained and they're just for hunting and used.
Residential.
But when you're
Yeah,
putting this
emergency
many
vehicles
lots
out.
on it, there's a big difference.
One question, Chris, on these, do we have any type of right-of-way established on that road length?
I don't think so. I think it's just the maintenance
No.
agreement, yeah.
That would just be, what's maintained is basically what we would be covered. Because we don't own the road, that would have to, we'd have to get that from.
Well, I asked this question because at some point in the road, if we're ever gonna maintain it to our regular standard graded road, do we have the right of way to do it?
Yes, because that is a very wide area.
Okay.
Ms. Brandy, can you say?
We'd be close to the 60.
Are you speaking on behalf of the Radiant? Can you please, I've got some questions. You can get it to Miss Sarah, or you can just give it to her, she'll get it to Miss Sarah. I know you're hearing the conversation that we're having right now, and it's giving me a little heartburn.
And I
finding out
understand, and I get it, but
that the rest of
again,
the county is not going,
but
don't need to pay for the drainage and the stuff that's going to be required by this subdivision.
But us as taxpayers who maintain the road department, you're also gonna have more tax base coming in for the road, and you, me, everybody else here, I pay taxes to help fund them, to help maintain the road. I understand.
I understand.
But do we have an
Only
idea,
if you're buying
money-wise?
gas.
I'm talking about the maintaining the roads, no problem. I'm thinking
Right.
about bringing it up to standard so it can be used. That's a little different.
Do we have a number what a cross drain would even
I have no idea.
cost? We talking $500, or we talking $500,000?
No, it won't be.
So,
I might have to find some old emails. So.
Couple cross drains on a county road is not a super expensive. Basically, the cost of culverts.
Dirt road,
It's a dirt road, it's the cost
Right.
of culverts.
The labor.
Two culverts,
We
three
got two
spots.
two locations, two additional locations, a total of 3 locations, that need double barrel, 2 culverts here and 2 culverts here crossing the roadway. So we're not talking about hundreds of thousands, we're talking about low dollars here. It's buying the culverts and
there
putting
must
it
have
in.
been your low dollars and
My
our
low
low
dollars is
dollars are
probably
gonna
lower
be
than what yours is.
two different numbers
My
now.
low dollars
So,
and yours
like
is
I
a lot
said,
lower.
before I
So let's-
sign on the dotted line, I didn't know what number,
So it's, we're not talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, we're talking about probably in the neighborhood of $10,000, $15,000, right? And that could certainly handle it by Radiant, no doubt about it. but that's the question.
I
comes
just
back
hate
to
it because
what
we're gonna put it back on the people that are gonna be buying the property, but again,
I don't
they'll
hate that.
they'll
We're about-
recapture
But
it.
we are about to look at putting impact fees on people buying property, because these are exactly the kind of situations that we're in. Because first of all, your tax dollars that you pay does not pay for any of this. The only taxes that go for this is when you stop and buy gas.
I
Gas
agree.
tax is the only one that pays for this. And so, but what does happen and will happen is as soon as that goes in, them 18 houses through there, they're gonna want that road maintained a lot different, and every time it floods, they're gonna want us to know what we're doing
Whose
about it.
district is this in? Is it your district? Oh. It's in your district, so they're not gonna be calling you, they're gonna call
They're
me.
gonna call-
No, they're gonna call
So-
us all.
They call us. It don't matter. I can promise you.
I know they will.
They don't look at district lines.
I think if we could have,
So my proposal with this is gonna be make the recommendation that is.
what if we
approved.
said half?
No, it's, if they want to improve this and put 18 lots on there, then they can pay for the cross drains that's needed under there. Otherwise, we can continue as we are and not have 18 lots, and then we can continue to maintain it. This is not to me, this is not negotiation. This is not a super high cost for some.
15,000 just from here.
There you go. So total, we're talking about with.
If we
with
did
everything-
materials, would y'all do labor? Come on now, Mr. Bennett,
no.
look at all these
Hold
people
on,
that need
hold on.
places to
Radiant,
live.
you're representing Radiant with
I
all due
am.
respect, and Radiant is very large. I know Radiant's opportunities.
They
Radiant's
are.
going to come here
And
and
they own
say-
a lot of property in
They
Baker
sure
County,
do, and they
too.
get to help pay for these. So I'm not willing to split it. I'm not willing to absorb that cost of a company of that magnitude. If they can't afford a grand total of about $20,000 for improvements on a roadway that they're getting exempt from every other subdivision requirement, they're exempting everything else, they're not paving, they're not improving anything else, they can pay for the cross drains, and if Radiant isn't willing to do that, Radiant doesn't need to develop here on this particular property, and it can stay as agricultural as it is.
Okay, well, can we get an estimate, can we get something in writing that I can go to them and say, cross drains 1, 2, and 3 are going to be exactly $20,000?
We will, from my standpoint,
Yeah.
we need to provide a number of what it's gonna be, and that's your number.
Okay,
If it's more than that, then that's on us, we take it. But we need to give you the number, maximum number it's gonna be, and that's the maximum you're obligated to do.
I think that's
And-
fair.
And if it comes in less than that, we're not gonna charge you except what it costs. But if it comes in more, then that's on us for not doing a good estimate. That's my suggestion on that.
That also
Absolutely,
don't
we'll
mean
get you right
going high. That
No,
don't
just
mean going
means-
high, do
The-
it
the-
fair.
We,
Right.
we
I just
can't
wanna make
capture
sure-
everything else, so we just want the cross drains. And do we have a wholesaler we can buy them from? So, you know.
Yeah, I get 3 quotes, so we get the best price that's available.
I'm sure you do, so.
That's right.
So let me ask you this, so if we
the
get,
approval is contingent upon 3 cross drains being installed here, or at the county doing the county putting in 3 cross drains at this location. It is what we contingent upon, 3 double
Okay.
barrel cross drains.
so in order for us to do that, I will go back to Radiant with the estimate. Radiant says, yes, we'll do that. We write the county a check, and then we get approval, or do we get approval with their signature stating that we can move forward?
From my standpoint, and LaDonna, correct me if I'm mistaken, we can give the approvals.
Yeah,
However,
it can be
we,
contingent upon that.
Okay.
it can be contingent upon that. However, what will happen is you can do whatever you want with it. However, no building permit or anything's ever going to be issued on any of these parcels until that is paid.
So that is paid.
So that's what it comes down to. And once we get the check, once we get the payment, and then we can proceed with installing, you can proceed with that.
Okay.
Okay? And so.
But I don't have to come back in front of you.
No, that's why I'm
We can do it
suggesting
with
that we,
continue.
I agree.
we vote for approval contingent upon, contingent upon your client's approval of the estimate. Okay?
I think
And road department will give that approval, that estimate for that. Once, and so forth, and as long as you'll write us a letter back saying we accept the terms
Okay.
with this, and when you have that, you've got your approval.
I think that's more than fair.
Okay?
Okay. Thank
So-
you, commissioners. I appreciate it.
I think so too. I mean, we're talking about 18 lots here, and just say it is $15,000.
Right,
I mean, we're talking
I
about
don't think
800
that-
bucks.
I think that's more a compromise
That's
for,
right.
for all of us. And
No,
I
I-
think this is going to be a
We're not
good
here to-
project.
We're not here to make money, but we're not here to
To
expend.
lose money.
To lose
Listen.
money neither.
Listen.
Not at the expense of a development.
I
And at
agree
the end of the day,
100%.
let's think about it, at the end of the day, the residents that come here and move here,
Right.
that don't have to continuously call and be upset because they can't get in and out.
better for everybody.
They're going to be happier in the end of the day. They're going to be much happier with what they've got and what they've got. And for $1,000, when you're buying 10-acre lots,
I think it's not gonna be a
$1,000
problem.
on the 10-acre lot is they won't ever know
They won't ever know it.
But it makes life a whole lot better for
I
them
agree.
from that point on, and it makes it functional. That'll
Good,
be
better
the
for
do.
everybody.
I
Okay?
agree. All
So
right.
I'll make so we're still in public hearing, right?
Yes, we're in public. I still have to open it to the public.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone in the public have any comments? What's the pleasure of the board?
I make a motion that we approve the exemption subdivision requirements for preliminary review with the contingent that the road department provides an estimate for the cost of 3 double-barrel cross drains, and the applicant accepting those terms.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. We're out of the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much for that. We're moving to our next item on the agenda, which is item number 5, ordinance 2025-39.
LaDonna, before you start, just a correction. So this item should be presented for first hearing tonight, not final, because it does require 2 public
I
hearings.
thought that we haven't
sir.
seen this before.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so, this that you see here, so, if you remember, we recently had, a large-scale land use, application. So when I submitted that to, Florida Commerce last month, there was, a requirement from 2021 for a property rights element to be added to our comp plan. So that happened after the last update, and our jurisdiction never submitted a property rights element, so we must do that in order to be able to submit large-scale land use changes. So what you see is that request. It's something that we'll incorporate into our into the amendment that we're doing now. So it pretty much just acknowledges that the property owners have rights, and it is their right to buy, sell, gift, and use their property. It does not really add any sort of restrictions,
It gives property owners more rights. I mean, if you
Right.
look at what the legislature did with the plating bill, with Senate Bill 180, and then there's another bill that was just filed yesterday for a blue ribbon development. I mean, all those things are shifting towards property owners. Just one thing we need to put the whole policy objective, we need to put where it's gonna fit into our comp plan.
Okay.
Not just have the statement.
Okay.
So basically, this is just something that's required by the state.
Yes.
What's the cost associated with republishing this? Is there any cost associated with that? It's just on the website.
No,
So
so,
it'll have to be a part of our muni code update regardless. So.
Gotcha.
and then, the only cost that there is now, there's no cost for us to submit it to Florida Commerce. You're looking at a recording fee to record the ordinance once it's approved.
Gotcha.
That's the only cost
But
that
we
there
do
is
that
now.
anyways.
Yes.
Okay.
This isn't an ordinance. I mean, I'm sorry, this is not like part of your land development regulations. This is just part of the comp plan. Which I don't think, is our comp plan in Muni code?
Yes, sir.
Oh, it is. A lot of places don't have it in there.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Any questions, comments from anyone in the public? We're back into our regular scheduled meeting, close the public hearing. Anyone need a break, or can we continue on? I hear nothing, so we're gonna continue on. We're gonna go back to item number 2, which is our ear data and analysis report. I hope I'm right.
You are correct, sir. Yeah, he's getting pulled up, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's still on, yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the dais. My name is Justin Tabor. I'm a senior planner with North Florida Professional Services. This presentation this evening that we're going to provide to you will cover the data and analysis that we prepared for your evaluation appraisal update to your comprehensive plan. Kind of serves as your framework as we move into public engagement and starting to work on the revisions to the actual comp plan itself. So, brief intro as to why we're here and why we're doing all this. Chapter 163, Part 2 of Florida statutes establishes the Community Planning Act. This act was established by the legislature in 2011, but its predecessor was the Growth Management Act, which has been in place since 1985 and requires local governments to plan and manage long-term growth within the state of Florida. Chapter 163 also requires each local government to adopt the comprehensive plan, and your comprehensive plan provides the framework to ensure that the needs of the community are met over defined planning horizons. So 163 requires that at least once every 7 years, each local government evaluate and appraise its comprehensive plan to determine if there are any plan amendments that are necessary to reflect any changes in either state requirements. It can also address any community vision changes that you might have. Your last update occurred in 2019, so we're approaching that 7-year period, which is why we're here tonight. So the comprehensive plan must consider the community's needs for residential, commercial, industrial lands, as well as the need to conserve critical natural and historic resources. Chapter 163 also requires that each local government comprehensive plan include at least 2 planning periods. One must cover at least a 10-year planning horizon after the plan is adopted, and the second covering at least a 20-year period. The comprehensive plan must also consider the needs of the community over those defined planning periods. You are required by Chapter 163 to consider impacts to potable water, sanitary sewer, solid waste, and drainage. That's your concurrency. And then the optional elements for concurrency would be transportation, public schools, and recreational facilities. So the kind of the 30,000-foot view, your comprehensive plan serves as the guiding document to drive your community's vision. It's not intended to be regulatory, but rather to guide development of land use regulations. As part of this process, the community is also required to provide the data and analysis report, which is supporting the stated goals, objectives, and policies, which is what we're here to do this evening. So running through historical population trends, which kind of sets the framework for where we're going. Generally speaking, the county's population has been growing since 2000. You'll see in 2000, your total population, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, was 22,259 persons. In 2010, that increased to 26,548. In 2020, the census estimated 28,679. And then you'll notice in 2023, there was a slight dip to 28,186. That's from the U.S. Census Bureau as well. So while there is a slight decrease in between 2020 and 2023, it is worth noting that's an anomaly to the trends from 2000 to 2020. Of course, COVID impacted a lot of things, probably including where people lived, remote work, all those kinds of things. So that could have been a factor that led to that change. But we believe, based upon your historic population trends and your proximity to Jacksonville, that you will likely continue to see growth commensurate with your historical rates. So now moving into population projections, this will be looking at the 10 and 20-year planning horizons. 163 requires that the comprehensive plan be based upon the permanent and seasonal population estimates and projections. The Office of Demographic and Economic Research, which is an extension of the University of Florida, annually publishes population projections for counties. These have three different scenarios. There's a low population projection, a medium, and a high. And 163 requires that your comprehensive plan at least base the growth projection upon the medium population projection that's published by the University of Florida. So the Bureau of Economic and Business Research is a subset of the Office of Economic and Demographic Research. Their estimate for the county as of April 1st, 2023, which is the latest numbers that are available, is that your population was 28,339 persons. For the 10-year planning period, their estimation for the medium population projection was that you will be at 31,300 people by 2035, and then 36,200 by 2045. So for the median population projection, that represents about a 10.4% increase over that 10-year period. For the high population projection, that would be about 16%. So you're in the range of about 1%, 1.5% annually. For the 20-year for the 20-year planning period, the estimated population projections for the medium projection would be 32,900 persons, and for the high population projection, it was 40,700 persons. So that would represent a population increase of 27.7 over the 20-year period, again, somewhere a little over 1% for the medium population projection. And then for the high population projection, 43.6%, so somewhere around 2% annually. So in moving forward with how we prepare your data and analysis, we looked at the historical growth trends to determine what would be the appropriate rates for the 10 and 20-year planning periods. For the purposes of your data and analysis report, it was determined that a combination of the medium and high population projections would be appropriate, as well as the high population projection. And it's important to note here too, when we're looking at this, we want to be conservative, right? You want to be planning for more growth than what you may experience through your comprehensive plan. So while the numbers might be larger, that's a good approach that you're being a little bit more conservative in that regard. So for the medium-high population projection, the increase would be estimated at 5,411 persons, or 19.1% for the 10-year planning period. For the 20-year planning period, it would be 8,461 persons, just under 30% of your current population as far as the increase. For the high population projection, for the 10-year planning period, the estimated increase was 7,801 persons, or around 27.7%. And then for the 20-year planning period, the increase was around 12,361 persons, or 43.6% again. So the growth rate for the medium-high population projection is 7.3% for the period of 2025 to 2035, and 7.8% from 2035 to 2045. Again, kind of lining up with what we were talking about earlier from 2000 to 2020, you saw somewhere around a 1% annual. This would be slightly under that, but approximate to it. So likewise, that's why we recommended also looking at the high population projection, because that also lines up pretty well with your growth trends. 11.9% for the period of 2025 to 2035, and then 10.6% for the period 2035 to 2045. So based upon all of these numbers, your estimated population range would be in between 33,750 persons to 36,800 in 2035, and 36,200 persons to 40,700 in 2045. And please, as I go through, if you got any questions, feel free to interject. So moving into demographic data, the county is definitely well positioned for positive opportunities for growth for current and future residents. Your median gross rent is, surprisingly, the feedback we got from your LPA was that the number might be a little bit low, but this is the best that we've got based upon 2023. Your estimated median gross rent was just a little over $1,000 a month, which is shocking given that the state level is a little over $1,700. Regardless, you're certainly under that $1,700. Also noteworthy is that your homeownership rate is higher than the statewide average. So your homeownership rate is at 83.2%. The statewide average is around 68.1% based upon 2023 numbers. So of course, this is showing that this is a favorable community to live in, and your cost of living is less than would be experienced in other parts of Florida.
When you say homeownership, that's as compared to renting?
Correct. So that would be homeownership rate, so someone who actually has, interest in the property directly rather than renting.
So the other 16.8% is just renting property here?
Yes, sir. Or it could be vacancy. You probably got about a 5 to 10% vacancy, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
Yep. Looking at employment and income figures, based upon the demographic data that's published by the U.S. Census Bureau, you are at a slight disadvantage to other communities with respect to employment opportunities. Your employment rate as of 2023 was 52.5%. The statewide average was 57.2%. The poverty level was also 13.1% for the county compared to 12.3% for the state average. And then the commute time is slightly higher at 30.2 minutes on average, whereas the state average is 28.5, so not off significantly. So what does this mean? This is indicating that employment opportunities might be limited currently and that residents are seeking employment outside of the county. Your median household income is a little bit lower than the statewide average as well by about $3,000, $70,800 for the county compared to $73,300 for the state average. But also cost of living, lower cost of living is a factor likely in that. So moving on with population and education. This statistic kind of surprised me as we were going through this process. Your total population under the age of 18 is 24.1% compared to the statewide average of 19.4%. So what does that show? That shows that your population is growing and that you've got a good number of youngins running around, which is a good thing, of course. But of course, tied in with that, it's critical to keep them here, right? After they hit 18, you don't want them moving out of the community. You want them to stay here and to contribute. So that's where coming back to trying to find those employment opportunities is an important thing. Also, the percentage of individuals who have earned a bachelor's degree is lower than state average. That would be, indicative of more of a trades-based type, industry that exists currently. So moving into that kind of segues into this. Retail, trade, construction, transportation, and warehousing, and manufacturing represent 36.2% of your current total employment. In addition to these, other professions such as medical and public sectors, of course, are prominent with about 30.6%. In addition to that, 36.2%. So conclusion to all of that information, the county should continue to encourage growth within the established industries to increase employment opportunities that align with the skills of its residents and its workforce. Non-residential growth should be focused on existing employment nodes to discourage sprawl. And likewise, commercial growth should be focused near dense residential areas proximate to the cities of McClenny and then the town of Glen St. Mary to discourage urban sprawl as well. So looking at existing land use and development characteristics, the principal land use categories within Baker County are conservation, Ag Zone A, and Ag Zone B. The Ag Zone A and B represent around 55% of your total area, and conservation is around 39%. Commercial land uses are found primarily proximate to the city of McClenny, as well as the interchanges along I-10, US 90, and in Lusty. The residential land use categories currently are approximate to the city of McClenny and the town of Glen St. Mary. All that makes sense. And then you have three primary industrial nodes, which are either near I-10 and or US 90. So moving into accommodation of future growth, as mentioned earlier, 163 requires you to consider certain public facilities. Those include water and sewer. Of course, you presently don't have those facilities. The town of McClenny and Glen St. Mary do provide those opportunities. So while there might be limited opportunities for connections to those systems over your 10 and 20-year planning periods, it would be, our recommendation would be to seek out opportunities to increase your density close to the cities and the town in order to take advantage of those services, if you're able to work with them in order to do that. This would allow for potentially higher densities proximate to the municipalities, which would encourage, efficient development patterns.
Doesn't the town's water come from the city?
Yes, everything comes from the city.
Okay, is it all through, okay.
They have their own water.
They have their water, the sewer comes from the
Sewer.
city.
Okay, so the 2 sewer systems, 1 water system.
2 water.
2 water, 1
sewer.
sewer. Okay, I had that backwards. Okay. So as a reminder, 163 requires you to plan for at least the 10-year planning period, or your 10-year planning period has to accommodate at least the median projection that's published by Bieber. That number for you would be 31,300 persons. As a reminder, your current population is 28,339, so that represents an increase of 2,961 persons over that 10-year planning period.
Can I make
Yes, sir.
one observation here? I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Yes.
If the average citizen hears this, he thinks there's going to be 2,961 more homes here, or residences, or whatever. That's not the case. What's the average number of residents per dwelling? How many?
So we'll get to that.
How many persons per dwelling?
You're at about 2.8.
So about, easy numbers, 3. So in this case, when we talk about almost 3,000 persons, we're only talking about 1,000.
Correct.
Okay, so it's
You're
a
jumping
much
ahead of me,
different
but that's
number.
fine. You're
Okay.
doing the math. You're
You're
right
getting
there.
That's fine. I just
You got
want-
it.
He's the math man. He's doing those numbers while you're talking.
See, I'm a planner because math is not my strongest suit. But I can do basic arithmetic, but you get into calculus, we got a problems. But yes, so to your point, your population per household is 2.81 persons, which is actually a bit higher than the state average. It's usually, you'll see 2.4, 2.5. So again, that's tying back to your population under 18, right? So that's a positive trend. But to that point, even though the population might be growing by 3,000, it's only closer to 1,000 units as the estimate. So you'd be at about 1,054 units over that 10-year planning period based upon the median population projection.
So to keep it in perspective, that translates to about 100 homes, 100 dwelling units per year.
Yes, sir.
So we sometimes, we hear it so often everywhere, how county's growing, just growing so fast, all these people are moving here. And there's this perception that we are just growing so rapidly. And again, look at the historical trends, what they've been.
Mm-hmm.
We're running about 100 homes a year, and that is supported by our other data. So it's not like, so we see some of these things like subdivision. We just got 18 more lots coming in, right? There's a perception that we are growing just beyond belief, and all these people are moving here. Well, they are a lot of folks moving here, but there's also a lot of folks that are leaving here too.
Yes, sir.
The net result is we've got about 10 new homes, about 9 homes
Yeah.
a month in the entire county. 9 dwelling units. Homes, mobile homes, whatever that's created.
Correct. Right. That's a very good way to break it down. When you look at it annually and then even down to the month, you're under 10 monthly. And again, these are conservative projections too, so
Less than that.
reality is probably going to be even less than that. All right, so for purposes of estimating the demand of future growth, as mentioned, the median population projection was utilized, as well as the medium high. As a reminder, for the medium high, your estimated population in the 10-year planning period is 33,750. This represents an increase of 5,411 persons over the 10-year planning period. And that would equate to 1,926 households over the 10-year planning period for the medium-high projection. It's important to note that you do have sufficient land. That is a requirement under 163 as a demonstration that you have the necessary land or identification that you need to provide additional lands for residential uses. But as far as your future land use map, you have the area that would be required in order to meet that demand. Moving into the 20-year planning period, for the medium-high projection, your population is estimated to be 36,800 over that 20-year planning period. That would represent 8,461 persons, or just a little over 3,000 households over 20 years, which again, when you do the math and break it down, we're still in the same range we were talking about earlier for the 10-year period. Also to note, you have sufficient land currently to cover that growth as well over the 20-year period.
But that doesn't account for a potential downturn in the market.
Correct.
That presumes a steady increase.
This is presuming, correct, based upon your 20-year historic growth trends, as well as the higher end of what the estimated growth would be. Yes, sir. Okay. So while your comprehensive plan currently can accommodate the estimated demand that we've noted, recommendation would be to encourage higher density around the town of McClenny and, the city of McClenny and the town of Glen St. Mary to reduce the sprawl that you could potentially experience if you were doing larger tracks, and to result in a more efficient land use pattern. There are areas around the city and the town that are currently designated as either very low density residential or Ag Zone B, which based upon the densities in the city and the town might be appropriate to consider changing the land use either to medium or high density depending upon circumstances for each given property. Another consideration would be to consider developing or establishing a dense urban development area or a DUDA boundary. That would be the area where you would want to focus your growth over the 10 and 20-year planning periods. So as we move into the updates to the comprehensive plan, that would be something to keep in mind. I do believe you have some form of an urban services growth or an urban growth boundary currently, so it's akin to that. Might be more semantics, but maintaining that would be recommended so that you're focusing growth to a certain area.
We had one back in Ed Preston days, but then I thought Laura had us remove it.
We changed the name, back when Ed Preston was here, was the Interstate Development Node.
Right.
And we went to an urban growth boundary area when Laura was here. Same concept though.
And if I recall at one point though, that urban growth boundary was this massive loop that covered half of the county. That was completely, that was not a plan.
Mm-hmm.
And it was
And-
essentially restrictions that tied around I-10,
It was, yeah.
so.
Yeah. It was massive and was scaled back.
It
Mr.
was,
Bennett, you're correct.
it was at one point, I remember the graphic, it was a massive
Yes.
area, all the,
Yes.
and-
Yeah, not really going to be as effective as you would want it to be.
Right.
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 Yes, sir. All right, so looking at the accommodation of future growth for non-residential needs, that's a little bit trickier because it is really based upon the type of use. So really the best that we can do is look at what your future land use map can accommodate based upon maximum floor areas. So some of these numbers look a little scary, but they are based upon the absolute maximum, which usually, realistically, is never realized. It's going to be, probably 20 to 25% of the maximum typically. So for commercial uses, currently your comprehensive plan and future land use map can accommodate around 5 million square feet of commercial uses. For institutional uses, it's around 3.4 million and around 3.5 million for governmental uses. The most significant would be industrial uses at 69 million square feet. However, it's important to note that that's limited by some specific comp plan policies that restrict that. So it's more in the 15 million, 17 million range, I believe. Okay. So the demographics of the county, both presently and historically, indicate that there are employment opportunities within services or trades we've talked about, so I won't belabor the point here. And again, continue to encourage growth within the established industries. We've talked about that as well. So summary and recommendations. I'll kind of gloss through this quickly because you've heard all this already. The comp plan is providing the framework for your future growth. You're required to go through this process by Chapter 163 at least every 7 years. Your last time was in 2019. You have 2 planning periods, a 10 and 20-year planning period. Generally, your population has grown since the 2020 census, and you can see the numbers that we've talked about quite a bit as far as future growth over the 10 and 20-year periods. So favorable community to live in, cost of living is less than the statewide average. Median gross rent is well below the statewide average. Home ownership rate is higher. And then we can skip over the things that are not so nice to think about. Population under 18 is higher than the statewide average. Again, critical to provide employment opportunities for that generation. And based upon existing trends, that would be primarily in fields that don't necessarily require a college degree. So again, continue to establish and encourage growth within service and trade industries or the medical and public sectors. Focus on your employment nodes and locate residential near more dense residential areas that are presently existing. And that concludes my presentation for you. I'm happy to answer any questions or take any feedback that you might have about the information we presented.
Questions or comments?
Well, they really need the consultants need some direction from you as to what you envision the growth. You know the county better than anyone else. So as they start looking at what the potential year amendments are, they need to know whether to proceed with your median projection or high projection. Overlay that with, again, your impact fee conversation. So I'm not going to mention any other counties they work in. They're in a problem right now because they wanted to collect as much impact fee as possible. So they were projecting high growth for their impact fee study. And then when they came to do the year amendments, they don't want growth. So they went on a median projection. Those two things were inconsistent. I would say you have to stay consistent with your global approach to how you see growth in the county.
Unless I'm mistaken, Beaver, or excuse me, we're required to follow at least the median.
Yes.
That's the minimum. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
and I'm going to suggest that is the minimum. That is based on historic. That's pretty consistent with what we've experienced. That's where there's been no major change, and this is what I keep coming back to. People see subdivisions, see the county growing some, and they view this as we've got some massive growth explosion, but we've been hearing the same thing for years, and we've not experienced that. And so my suggestion is go to the medium range. To me, I am not a big fan of trying to project out these high numbers because they rarely live up to that. And we can't on one breath say we're going to have here, but then just like you said, come back to another area and say no, we're not. We need to be consistent with what we do. And for me, I'm going to favor the medium projection. To me, that's the most realistic approach to have, not the high end.
And I don't get a vote in this, but I actually 100% agree with you. I'll just tell you the differences that we see now from where you were in 2019 is that you've got the Stark Bypass online and you got the First Coast Expressway online. They're watching a lot of growth around those areas. So as that happens, you're watching some of the population move outward a little bit more than we really, I think when we thought in 2005 and then you saw the market crash in 2009, that killed a lot of stuff for us.
You know, Rich, I understand what you're saying and don't disagree with that, but you also, there's a lot of other things talked about. I-10 was widened out all the way out to past Chafee Road until 23 was put in place. And, you know, and just because that's happened, we haven't seen some massive explosion here because of it as well. You had not just the Stark Bypass, but more closely the Baldwin Bypass to get people around it as well. That really has an impact. We're still having very little growth over on the side of town, you know, and so I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I just am not as optimistic that we're going to see some major change in our growth trends when the historic it's been pretty consistent with our growth rate very consistently for 10, 15 years. It's changed very little. So that's why I would think we'd want to stay very close to that Beaver, which is really based a lot more on the historic trend. So that's going to be my recommendation.
And on your development side, you're looking at, when you do start a development, you're looking at a 2-year start date. Then you're looking at a 10 to 15-year build out. So you're still looking at the same numbers. It's not like you're going to come in here and one year build 3,000 homes.
Right.
It's not going to happen.
Yeah, just a reminder too, your medium high that we looked at was actually slightly lower than your historical trends. So just something to keep in mind too.
Right. And one thing I want to point out with the evaluation and appraisal report, you know, you're right. The state says we have to utilize at least the medium, but the purpose of showing you the medium high was that even at the medium high growth rate, if it were to grow, you still have enough land to accommodate the uses that the state says you have to accommodate for. So that was the reason why we wanted to demonstrate that, yeah, here's your normal, here's what historical says, but even if you were to grow at an extremely rapid rate for Baker County, you still have enough land uses to accommodate that for the next 20 years. So, you know, as you say, we can utilize the medium, but we're just demonstrating that even if something were to happen, you're still prepared.
Makes sense.
You know, to add on to what you said about the 23 opening up and it sprawling out from there, it is that is very true. It is starting to move this way, and you know, Jacksonville's developed a lot, and then it's went south to St. John's, but I mean, all that has developed a bunch, and now they're moving north. I mean, they can't go any more east, so at a certain point, it's going to push this way. And I agree with going with the medium trend on this one, just as we're seeing jobs coming now this side of 23, where before that wasn't the case. So I mean, it's definitely coming. So I agree with the medium.
And like the chair said, you're going to look at this again in 7 years.
7 years, we're looking at it again.
What you're trying to do is you're trying to have a crystal ball. You're trying to envision where growth would be. Like, you're not going to want some 10 apartment complex buildings built in the middle of a tree farm.
Exactly.
Right? You're trying to make sure that it grows kind of nearest to where you have resources.
Sure. And that's the stuff we will be handling in the workshops.
Correct. Yeah, when we get
What
ready
we're
to
doing
come
now
back,
is establishing where the platform to build on. We build off the platform, and then during the workshops, we can start saying, well, we're not going to build residential community there. We're not going to do, that's all, we'll handle all that later on.
Yeah, and
Behind the scenes, we also now have to be very careful about, so Senate Bill 180 passed last year that said we cannot pass any comprehensive plan amendments that are more restrictive or burdensome than what our current plan is,
Right.
which has been a complete nightmare for every local government in the state.
Yeah, agree.
well, and there's been conflict with that too, because just like, you know, with any of these updates that are required through chapter 163, well, you're trying to update your comp plan and comply with state statute, and then they're telling you you can't do that.
Which is what's
So,
happening everywhere.
Yeah.
Welcome to the government.
So one of the things that we have seen some of the local governments doing is they're amending their comp plan, doing these updates. They're changing things that maybe updates comply with statute.
The
but they're
minimal
not.
changes possible for what statutory changes have happened since your last.
Yeah,
update.
and trying to do it in such a way it doesn't make anything more restrictive. And that's gonna be kind of our goal. We don't wanna get you in a big legal battle with Florida Commerce on, is this more restrictive or not? We wanna make sure we update your comprehensive plan, get it up to date, make sure it projects out to the next 20 years, and that we do it in such a way that provides for smart development, smart growth, and put y'all in a better position for the future. And then if there's things in the future, those can always be revisited if you want to make some more restrictive policies or objectives or anything like that.
Well, and y'all think about, you know, when we have budget amendments, so, you know, you pass a budget every year, and then you have budget amendments through the
Right.
year because things change. Just like tonight, we have comp plan amendments. Those things will still come to you for review throughout the future, so I wouldn't stress too much over it, that's all I'm saying.
Anything else?
Don't hold your breath, but there's a lot, and I'm sure your attorney's aware of this, there's a lot of discussion about trying to come back with some, a bill or something to correct 180. So hopefully by the time you all are at the point of adoption, there'll be a little bit more clarity.
Yeah, there's a lot of
There's
that
both
going
directions
on.
on that, so
Yeah.
there's talk about a glitch bill for 180, but, you know, a bill was filed yesterday for blue ribbon developments, which essentially takes all control away from local governments. And that was filed by, I think, Representative Mello yesterday.
Just because the state can do so much better job than we can.
Right.
So,
That's kind of what they're pitching lately, which is, we're gonna need y'all to get in that truck and head over to Tallahassee a few times.
We're on 17.
I'll be there
We'll
many
knock on some
times.
doors while we're
I
there.
think what we're hearing is stay tuned, right?
Any more questions?
Any more questions or comments? We appreciate it, and
Yes, thank you,
keep
Chair,
moving
members of the
forward.
board.
Yep.
We appreciate it, and, again, we'll probably, hopefully, have a task work order back before you on the next hearing, and then we'll proceed with making the required updates to your comp plan and start the public participation process and, we really want to have a visioning, session of what this board, the community, and everybody feels, where do you want to go?
Yeah, I
The
agree.
weird thing is, we've said that we haven't updated our comp plan timely. I don't think that's true. When Susan Frazier was here, she picked up on the same thing, and she took our census data and she essentially put the comp plan in front of us, and we went through an approval process then, so.
Yeah. I know your last conference, I think it was approved the year before the update that was referenced by Ms. LaDonna. It was,
Approved in 2020, and that
yeah.
came in along in 21.
yeah, so, but yeah, that was the property rights elements, and there's like 5 little key elements within that you have to make sure minimally adopt, but,
Mhm. Hopefully that one doesn't get kicked back.
well, I think that'd be less restrictive, right?
You would think.
All righty, let's just move on to our next item on the agenda, which is the,
Bless you.
Bless you.
what was that?
That was a sneeze.
I was trying too hard to hold the
I
sneeze
was
in.
trying not to while they were talking.
Item number 3, which is the Louder Street improvements.
Jimmy Pittman with Pittman Engineering. Somehow Brian conned me into being the speaker tonight, but he's going to be my Vanna should I need him. Okay.
He wanted you up here in case we started throwing stuff.
So just to give a little bit of background on what I'm going to speak about, there have been a couple of proposed development subdivisions along Louder Street, and this has been kind of in the works for a while. And as the city and the county were beginning to look at those developments and the approval process we're moving through, it became obvious that there needed to be some traffic studies done to try and anticipate the kinds of improvements that may need to be made for the road infrastructure based on the new traffic to be coming in from the developments. So I know there's been a couple of versions of a traffic study done, and it's been kind of interesting sitting here listening to all these discussions about projections and crystal balling and so forth, and I'm not gonna lie, I mean, sometimes in my career, I'd thought that maybe traffic studies were a little bit of that voodoo as well, but we gotta put our pockets
They
into
still are,
something, and
Jimmy.
so we use educated methods, we'll call them, to try and make predictions on traffic, and then try to make predictions again on what that distribution of lefts, rights, and throughs, and so that's why we hire specialists to do this kind of stuff, and we had one that I don't think the county nor we were very proud of, and then we went to see if we could get a second opinion, and he came in at about $40,000, and we thought that was ridiculous, and so we finally found a guy that we were pretty happy with in terms of his competency, and he prepared a study, which I believe most of y'all might have had the opportunity to review. I also hope that maybe all the commissioners and I think the developers as well have had the opportunity to look at a recommendations list that we put forward in regards to what the study said and then what we believed should be happening as well. So these are our recommendations, and I can just really kind of give them to you in a nutshell. And again, you have Nehemiah's Court down on the south side. You have Barber Point up on the north end. And so there's going to be some traffic added, obviously. And so the recommendations that we came up with in our little report, this is at Nehemiah's Court at the site driveway, the new driveway that'll come out of the subdivision. I probably shouldn't have started with this one. But anyway, the recommendation was right in, right out. And I know Brian had told me that there was some questions and maybe even objection to having a right in, right out because of the sometimes difficulty in enforcing no left out, no left in. If you do little painted things, people just drive over it. I've seen that myself, and I know that's a problem. Nevertheless, because of the fact this is a larger development, we didn't see the reason or didn't see that there was an opportunity just to use one access in and out of that place. We feel like you need two accesses, and we take our best shot at creating a right in, right out with a pork chop and maybe a little finger to make it really difficult for that movement, any left movement into that access. So we tend to agree with the traffic study's recommendation that we do probably need a right in, right out down there with the appropriate measures to try and restrict the movements we want to restrict. Also down closer on the Nehemiah Court end, we have Charlie Rowe, and it recommended a northbound left turn lane, which we agree with. Moving up to the north side at Barber Point, the site driveway, the study is recommending a northbound left turn. It said that we did not need anything at Golf Club Road. Kind of in between there, we have the major intersection at Miltondale and North Boulevard. And that's where the study recommends quite a bit of work to be done. One thing I want to note is that the study also mentioned the fact that it needs stuff done now based on today's traffic. So it's kind of important when we get down the road and begin to talk about assigning who's doing what. Anyway, the signal was recommended there in both northbound and southbound left turn lanes. Those are not cheap improvements, most likely require right-of-way. That's all going to get to be very expensive to get all that done. So that is kind of our recommendation in a nutshell. I think rather than me carrying on, I'll just open it up to discussion and try to answer your questions as best I can.
Trying to be respectful. I got accused in the past of not respecting the chairman's role, not you, but others. I just talk over them, so I try to make sure it's good. Jim, I was trying to look back to remember what.
To be helpful, Commissioner, Kayla's printing Jimmy's summary for you guys real fast. It was
Okay.
distributed in an email to you guys, but it was after your packet already went out. So that's what Kayla stepped out to go print
I
for you, just so that's
apologize,
kind of in
I
a
thought maybe y'all had them. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
they had it by email,
You
Jimmy,
got
but like
the
I said, they
email,
didn't.
right?
It was not in their packet.
Okay.
Yeah. So she's going to give you a printed copy of that in just a second.
So this is just my take. This is really to the commission more so than directly to Jimmy. There's really two different subdivisions here that we're dealing with. Barber Point, which is the old golf course, right? And Nehemiah, which is a new one that, quite frankly, I hadn't even seen the layout for it, so that's not one that I've looked at. I'm much more familiar with Barber Point, but at the end of the day, the recommendations for Barber Point, the old golf course, is a little different than what was originally proposed with the traffic study that was done before. That was, we went forth with. And that particular one had two different locations, had same two access points that is still proposed. And the previous one, the original study done by Buckholz, showed that we needed northbound left turn lanes at both locations. The recommendation now is we do not need one at Golf Club Road. Neither one required southbounds, right turns, but they both needed the northbound left. And we'd pretty much agreed to that. We were good with that, and we also wanted to have a sidewalk connection up to that to be able to continue the sidewalk up to it. The only difference here is now is this is not recommending a northbound left turn at Golf Club Drive.
Correct.
So that's really something that the board's got to make a decision on whether we are going to, can we live with that? One of the things we've got to be cognizant of is the only thing that we as the county controls is the right-of-way on Louder Street. That's it. We don't have any say-so with what happens with the subdivision and things. I appreciate the city manager and the city being here to understand our ideas and our thoughts, but we can only control what happens on the roadway. And we've got to think about what it is that we, as county, as commissioners, and what we're going to agree to allow within the right-of-way. They can build an entire subdivision, but that doesn't mean they get to build into the right-of-way to connect to Louder Street or connect onto one of our county roads. And unless I'm mistaken, all of the roads that we're talking about that these have a direct connection to, whether it's Barber Point or whether it's the Barber Point or Nehemiah's, all of these connect to county roads, not city roads, unless Golf Club unless Golf Club Road is a city-maintained road. Right, but that's actually a city road.
Yes.
Okay. So all the other access connection points in, for Nehemiah's court, those, all the access roads are county-maintained roads, am I correct? Right, so I guess my point I'm making is they can build an entire subdivision, but have absolutely no access to be able to connect to our roadways. So we do have the ability as the county to either allow them to connect or not, and what are our requirements. And I think it's important for us to relay that information, what we would expect, to the city, so that the city would be able to advise the development accordingly with what the county's going to require. I think we're in a bit of a pickle with Barber Point. We have engineering studies that one says, our original one says we need to have turn lanes, but we got new ones that say we do not. So we're trying to require turn lanes at a location where engineering studies show it doesn't. I'm not sure how we could hold up to that. What I don't think that we have the ability to do is put requirements in individual developments for the impacts up at Louder and US 90. Louder and US 90, or Louder at North Boulevard / Miltondale. Those are external to the site. Do they have impacts? They do, but I'm not sure. That's really that's something the city has to try to deal with. How do you assess? How do you determine how much of that cost of that impact is directly related to one development versus the other? And how do you collect a proportionate fair share? Fair share has gone away. There is no such thing in legislation now that you can collect a fair share of their impacts somewhere else. So I'm not sure how you handle that, to be honest with you. I think the best this board can do is make recommendations on what we would agree with for the connections at Barber Point as well as Nehemiah's Court. That's my thoughts. Jimmy, last time we were here and Brian was here and I did have some questions, and I went back and looked at my notes from the last time, and I don't remember what my concerns were, so, because I had some pretty good ones, strong ones last time, but I don't remember what they were, to be honest with you now.
Well, it'll be all right.
But I went through and looked back through these. The one thing, I understand what you're saying with the site access being a right in, right out for Nehemiah's Court. I'm just not sure how do you do that, because as you said, there's no way to enforce it, and people's going to turn that way. We try to put medians in there, and they will go the opposite direction. That people's going to drive that way. But I do believe that we need to put the full requirements that we want in, and when they go in up front. The challenge I have with that is it requires a traffic signal at full build-out. It doesn't require a traffic signal at first. So we put the traffic signal there where it's not warranted. But I also believe that once it starts, if they want to invest, build all the roads internally, invest in the public roadway, that they have to, when it comes along, whenever they're putting it in, not after the fact when we already have issues and safety issues. So I agree, and I think we need to require at least the turn lanes at both locations, northbound turn lanes at both locations at Nehemiah's Court, Barber Point, the traffic signal at the main access to each one of those developments, and those need to be up front.
You say a traffic signal at both?
Yep, because that's what the study shows, isn't it? A traffic signal is recommended at the build-out of both developments and the 5-year time horizon.
I think the traffic signal was only at North Boulevard, wasn't it? If I'm correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
I didn't see whether there was a traffic signal required in either development.
It says it on page 33.
Well,
The second page.
all right, but I
Top,
think
it
here's
says
the
the traffic signal is recommended at the build out of both developments in the 5-year time horizon. Could you
All right,
clarify? which-
so Louder Street at North Boulevard with Miltondale, is that a bullet point under that one? And Louder
Page
Street,
33, it says it.
no, but if you look at
What is
32,
that?
it's under,
Yeah.
it's off-site improvements. So let's back up. 7.2 is off-site improvements, and it's Louder Street and North Boulevard, and it's the third bullet under that one. So where's it recommending traffic signals recommended at the build-out of both developments and the 5-year time horizon.
What, we talked to him about that, and what he told me that if you go back, that bullet point is under 7.2, which is off-site intersection
Off-site
improvements, and it lists Louder at North and Miltondale as being the one. So he says he was talking about Miltondale Road, not the site entrances at each development.
That's
Okay.
what I thought.
It's just that bullet point kind of got,
Well, I'm not disagreeing, but Louder Street and North Boulevard, West Miltondale, that is one intersection.
right,
That is a single intersection.
right.
But then he says, it's recommended to build out at both developments.
At
The
the
traffic signal
build-out.
is recommended at the build-out of both developments.
In other words, when both of them are built
Oh,
out, that intersection.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I see what he's saying. When both
Or build
developments
out.
are completely built out,
When we're
you
full-blown,
need to add a traffic
that's
signal
gonna be
at
a
that
bad
one location.
situation, yeah.
Not at the entrance of those, it's referring to that one
Then he
location.
goes on to say that he didn't know, that the build-out is the reason that the traffic is there. Light needs to be there now, basically is what they're saying.
Yeah.
But I believe there ought to be more lights all over Baker County, so that didn't mean a whole lot to me for him to
Yes,
say
sir.
that. I'm not a really traffic study guy, I'm a kind of in the moment guy, the guy that lives there every day.
Right.
You know, you have these engineers that come in and try to tell you how you're supposed to do this, that, and the other, but people who live here every day, we know more about what the traffic is than what the traffic study got.
Well, estimates.
I
are
think you
just
gotta
that.
listen to them, but I
Well,
think
they're
you gotta
estimates,
use-
they're
you
all
got-
estimates, and they make
they're
assumptions.
estimates, And they're assumptions, but actuality is people who live here.
Well,
I just think Ray Phillips Road needs a right turn. I mean, you're gonna have people trying to get out at that curve to the left and back up, and there's no way to make a right-hand turn to go back to Louder Street or go back to 121. So they're not recommending that, is the way it
a
sounds.
right turn
Yeah.
out of Ray Phillips?
Yes,
That's not what, this is only talking about the right turn on Louder.
right, I know, but I'm just saying, I think there has to be some looking at that, because you're gonna have,
You're saying that the right turns will be blocked by left turners stuck
Yes.
waiting for a gap?
yes,
Yeah.
I believe that, because you're gonna have so much traffic on Louder that, I mean, I know there's not a lot on Ray Phillips at all times, but trying to get across,
This is
But
where
you
I'm,
think-
this is what I'm
I
gonna
don't know.
suggest as the chairman, because we're bouncing all over the place. Let's deal with one subdivision at a time. Cause we're going from Nehemiah's Court to Barber Point, back into Midnight, and we're going, I need to let's work on Barber Point and get it the way we want it. And then let's talk about Nehemiah Court, or the opposite. Let's don't talk about both of them at the same time.
Let's knock
Mr.
Barber Point out. Barber Point,
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
and that would be preferable also, because Commissioner Motley.
Yeah, I was gonna state real quick, if we could separate them.
Because he can't deal
I
with
need
the
to
Nehemiah.
abstain from conversation and vote or anything on
So
Nehemiah's
let's-
Court. I'm good on Barber Point, though.
Let's do Barber Point. Then we can deal with Nehemiah, and then we can talk about the red light. So that would be at build out anyway. So let's talk about what we, as a commissioner, what we want at Barber Point.
Okay.
Does that make it sound reasonable to everybody? Cause y'all losing me with all these names and Barber Point.
northbound left turn lane at the main access point, and the study shows nothing at Golf Course Drive.
And I don't agree with that. I think that there should be a left-hand north turn lane on both. The thing we don't wanna do is inhibit the traffic that we already have there. And if you don't put a left-hand turn lane going into the golf course lane, you're gonna stop people behind them. And it don't matter if you're going down to the next entrance to get in, you might be sitting there in a turn lane, but you need to be sitting in a turn lane at the golf course.
So the
also.
recommendation is a northbound left turn lane at both locations.
Both
and
locations.
And connecting sidewalks,
Connecting.
up to the main primary entrance.
I would agree.
With the side
and some
access.
kind of cross signal
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, no, that's what we talked
For
about,
the-
crosswalk.
That would be my
Crosswalk
recommendation.
signal.
So our recommendations did not change on Barber Point from one study to the other, still the same.
Still the same.
This is only Barber Point right now.
Right.
Yep.
We're
Right.
talking Barber Point.
Just
We're
just
done?
Barber Point, yeah.
Everybody good with that?
I'm good
Everybody
with
good?
that.
All right, let's go to
And
Nehemiah.
last one on that, and our requirements is that goes in up front before any road work is done, it all goes in at one time.
Yes.
Yes.
Before construction is started.
I mean, you don't,
What's the
I mean,
language you guys
during,
want
during the
specifically
first
for that?
phase.
During-
Can we- Let's, do we,
It's gotta be constructed before the first certificate of occupancy is issued.
correct, before the first phase CO.
I mean, they can start clearing and.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
I
can do all
mean,
the work,
you
they can
gotta-
be,
you gotta
they can
have-
be working in there, but before they issue, the first CO is
Right.
issued, they
Yeah.
need to have the
Before the
improvements
first
done.
phase, you need to have that done, because they need to have room to stage it.
Right.
And I'll say this, yes, okay.
We're good. Everybody good. Thank you, Jesus. We're going to Nehemiah's court. Mr. Mobley, if you want to abstain, you can do it for the record.
Yeah, I need to abstain for conversation and vote due to a conflict.
Okay. So Mr. Mobley will not be participating in this discussion.
I think we need to rule out the right in, right out before we even get started in the discussion. Because I don't see that working for anything on South Louder. It's not gonna help the adjacent roads. You're not gonna be able to make a barrier there to keep people from stopping traffic and turning left and making U-turns. That right in, right out just doesn't make working sense to me.
I don't think it'd be, I'm sorry, but I don't think it'd be into our favor to build that either. So we would change that up, if that was the only way we would create a different entrance. Obviously, this is conceptual still, you know, we're trying to put together something that looks like good for the community.
Yeah.
But it may shift from being main entrance from, Charlie Road to main entrance off of Louder, which would have the turn lanes that's required, at that point. You know, so it may shift from there.
Shift from the current location in the proposal?
It could. So we, right now, one of the main entrances off of Louder. And it could shift from, I'm sorry, Charlie Road, sorry. And it could shift to the main entrance on Louder. With an entrance on Ray Phillips, with an emergency entrance capability off of Charlie Road. It could go that way, at that rate, but the right in and the right out will not be.
So would there be an entrance from Ray Phillips Road?
It could be.
Could be.
It may. I would think it would be favorable to have a second.
I do too.
Out there, if this is a very large subdivision, so
Yeah.
we would like to, it could happen to at least one entrance there.
I believe the recommendation came from, when you look at the development, typically it's split into two parts. You have that power line that separates the two. In a lot of other counties, for life safety, they'll call it, or for emergency entrances and exits. They like to see more than one entrance, because if that one is blocked, there's a wreck there, there's no ability to get in or out. So a lot of them will tell you they like to see two ingress egress points for something that large. Where they are is indifferent. That was the only way to get one in there, or the only opportunity we saw. The reason for the right in, right out, if you look, there's an existing left turn lane, southbound left turn lane there. You would really change the design of that road in a major way and likely need a much bigger design to mitigate that. So there's no opportunity to put a left turn lane there, which is why that wasn't recommended. So, and again, the only reason why we recommended a second entrance there was for more of life safety and ability to ingress egress on such a large subdivision. So
You're talking about Ray Phillips.
yes, sir. Or the direct connection where the right in, right out is being proposed.
And Brian, if that shifted north, that might be able to change. because it gives
Correct,
you-
yes, sir. Basically, it'd be, and honestly, you know, if the commissioners are on board with saying these left turns, but the only reason why that was right in, right out was because there was no opportunity for a left turn in. That was technically be violating traffic law by trying to turn in left there, it's double stripe,
So
so.
I think the idea there would be shift the entrance, and probably the major entrance north, or Charlie Road. And that would probably be the major.
I don't know how the
entrance
subdivision
traffic
laid out.
for Charlie Road. And it could be
It is in
still
there somewhere.
conceptual, but still working. but at this point in time, you know, we would skip that north and eliminate that right
Sure.
in, right out. You know.
Yes, sir. And that's really the only thing that came to us, was having more than one ingress egress point for something that large is really all that was concerned, I believe. So,
Well, my concern is I think you need 3. You know, because with the power line issue you have there, I think you should have 1 main entrance and then 2 maybe egress. But the one main entrance needs to come in off of Louder Street. It don't need to come in off of Ray Phillips or Charlie Road.
I can say that's the update that we've done to the design, is to make that main entrance off of Louder, and then we still would have the Ray Phillips and the Charlie Road, but it's less traffic that's gonna be required from us to do.
That would be,
Yeah, I like that.
have you talked to the power line company about possibly putting an emergency ingress egress only through there to allow for back and forth potentially, or?
We have not, but, well, unless you have.
Which that may be a bit beyond,
I was gonna say, we have not, maybe you can follow up on
It
that.
can't be permitted to go across there, they'll allow it to go.
Okay.
We have not talked to them, but
okay,
we've been.
'Cause that might be
down this road
an
quite a bit.
option.
Just can't go this way.
Understood.
Go across.
right,
Straight across.
perpendicular to it, yeah,
So-
right. Just to kind of put a emergency only connection, could be gated, something like that, but that might be an option as well, just so, to give you more options.
To correct, let me back up a step, we did do that, but that's further down on Ray Phillips.
Okay,
not
understood.
at the front.
Yeah.
Okay, understood.
I think the
I
way-
have an issue with one of the main entrance to the subdivision being on either Charlie Road or Ray Phillips. It needs to be Louder Street.
I say we could do that.
I mean, the problem I got with that is you're intermingling existing traffic on a side road. These are county roads, but they're not maintained, they're not set up
main
for
route.
a development of that size. So I was under the impression the main entrance is going to be off of Louder. I'm okay with that, with the left-hand turn lanes into the subdivision. That makes sense. But if we're talking about a main entrance either on Ray Phillips or Charlie Road, it gives me heartburn. Because I live there, and it's not because I live there, it's because I see what goes on there. It's rough enough getting out of there now, so. I don't think that it's gonna be a good idea to make either one of those your point of access to that subdivision.
Understood.
And cause even for the people on Ray Phillips, cause they had the same problem I deal when they're trying to get out. You know, I'm sure the traffic study guy wasn't there during school time. If he was, he'd been sitting there for 30 minutes trying to get out.
And I think, that it would be more favorable, like you said, is to make the main entrance off of Louder is where we're gonna go. Another entrance, a more minor entrance, but an entrance, that's off of Ray Phillips. It crosses the power line and
Yeah.
brings people out that way. And, at least emergency entrance for Charlie Road.
I have no problem with flow on Charlie Road, but I think it's not for a main entrance. We're talking different than just a,
It won't be, we're gonna do main entrance.
you know, it just, either a Ray Phillips, neither. I'm talking both, because they're not set up for that. Louder is more set up to handle, get in and get out. You can go to 90 or you can go to 121. If you're coming in off of a development into another development, because both sides are basically developments, they're communities, small communities, it's not compatible.
Right, so the main entrance is what we're planning is to come off of Louder. If we do any entrance off of Charlie Road, it would be very minimal with improvements of Charlie Road.
Right.
And then another entrance, viable entrance off of, Ray Phillips.
Yeah, if you're gonna use Charlie Road, it needs to be paved.
Yeah.
It's just too much traffic not to.
So your main access off of.
And I don't
Louder
like that, because I like it being
would be
dirt,
somewhere
'cause I
north
live
of
there.
what was shown and what we were looking
Yes,
at.
to make
But-
sure
To get out of the turn
You gotta think
lanes.
about it.
Get out of the turn lane, get away from the curve. and
They'd
get
like it
towards
paved.
Charlie Road, and have that as the main, master entrance, so to speak.
And I can show you where we're planning that, if that's helpful, but, yeah.
I'd like to see it.
And then also too, as we're pressing towards permitting, that's engineered, right? That's gonna go into other hands of distances from that curve, of distance of Charlie Road.
Yeah.
Where would it precisely go to accommodate safety? And so that's where we'll start with that baseline,
Yeah.
cause we know how it is there. and we understand what we're trying to get to with left turn lanes. And so that's where we'll get it. We want to get away from that curve and make sure we got proper distance. People aren't stacking up.
And because you have Big Oak Court complex, then you got Charlie Road, then you'll have that subdivision and Ray Phillips within,
And the bus.
and the
Bus
bus garage, all right there on that,
mini
I mean,
storage.
within
And
a
mini
quarter mile.
storage.
So we need to be careful there. I don't think that we need a traffic light, because I think it would mess things up there.
It could stage them around that curve.
Yeah, so,
Being careful, you know, so
right.
I'm a little concerned about a traffic light
But
there.
if we can keep it moving and with center turn lanes, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and some good ones too,
Yeah.
some longer ones. I'd
Right,
say.
longer, get people out.
Yeah, I agree.
I do have a question, Mr.
You got a
Chairman.
picture? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, make sure we're clear, where I'm here to report back to my
Yes.
city commissioners, and so make sure I'm clear. I know it's changed a couple of times, Leslie, so we're talking about now one entrance onto Ray Phillips, one entrance onto Louder, and possibly an emergency entrance exit onto Charlie Road.
No, we're gonna be one on these 3 locations.
There will be one
Talking
there.
about exit points onto Louder.
Needs to be all
Connections,
three.
one, the Louder Ray connection. And then we're talking about a grand entrance off of Louder directly, that's gonna be the main entrance, directly off Louder, close to where South Boulevard is. And then a minor entrance on Charlie Road.
How many entrance exits onto Ray Phillips?
So probably at max 2.
It's changed, so I'm just recommending you guys that when you come back before the city commission, all that's gotta be worked out and finalized, because, and Mr. Commander will tell you, once a PUD is approved, any of these changes, you come back before and do a modification to a PUD, so you go through the process again. So you need to come, make sure that when you come back before city commissioners, that all that is finalized.
I did add that in, so it's in the current PUD, so it says a maximum of 3, but in reality, what we have in conceptual design is just 2.
City commissioners gonna wanna see how many you're talking about.
Yeah.
And that's what they'll approve or disapprove. And any changes to that, again, you come back for the modification to the PUD.
I think we're good with what we've submitted, so like I said, you know, if we need to, well, actually, I think I've already provided an updated conceptual design to show those entrances, but I think we're good with what we've submitted. I think for purposes of what we're discussing now, it's that Ray Louder intersection.
I didn't want to get into the weeds here, but to make sure you guys understand.
No, that's fine.
When you come back before the city commission.
But I guess what I'm hearing is what the graphic I have for a layout of a subdivision is not what's gonna happen. And that's what Jimmy and the team did the engineering on, and when you start changing the main entrances and change all the traffic information that we just did and he spent time on is now, with all due respect to the engineering side, this is no longer it's not valid. You've changed all the parameters of it. Where's the main access point, where it's coming in and out? I can see exactly, I see exactly why there was proposed a right-in, right-out only in that location, because where it was at now. So I understand where the traffic information is coming from, but we're talking about now making the main entrance off of Louder Street and at least an entrance off of Charlie Road Drive and at least 1, if not 2, access points
There's no
off of.
change, there's no change in the sense that.
Ma'am, there's a change. With all due respect, there's a change from the graphic that's been presented that we have. So I appreciate that, but there is a major change to what we're talking about. So there's a change with all due respect.
If I can, I guess explain it. There, for Ray Phillips Road, right now we have about 6 different access points. And what we've done with the city is said, hey, you don't want that many access points on Ray Phillips. So the change there is we've reduced it dramatically. So in terms of impact, we've improved the impact. For Louder Street, the difference is the entrance that the traffic report was referring to was an entrance right next to the emergency easement. And instead of having that entrance at the emergency easement, which causes the concern with the right in, right out, we reached out to the traffic engineer that produced the previous report, and his recommendation was that if we moved that entrance up to where you see on that same layout that you just impact again, or make it, or improve it. So in terms of change, we've had no changes other than the fact that we are saying that to improve access, we are willing to move to 2. No other changes, other than we would be willing to move that access point to location 2 to make that entrance access more acceptable. And if that's not better for the community, if you'd rather us stay with what the current recommendations are, we're definitely willing to do that. But we're saying we're willing to go above and beyond that, move that up to 2, using that expert's recommendation, and improve the access. But we're open to either one. We want us to stay with what we have.
What I'm saying is the traffic recommendations that we have before us now are no longer valid with the changes that you're recommending making. So there's been changes to what's been proposed here. So 6 points, 6 connection points and layout, because it changes your internal circulation on how them 6 points are. Because right now, each one of those 6 access points across Ray Phillips Road is a 1 lane, 1 in, 1 out, from what I'm seeing here on the graphic. So when you change that to only having 3, your circulation changes on that section. That's fine. Changing the current, making the primary access up at location number 2 on Louder Street now changes where traffic is coming in and out and how much traffic comes in and out on Louder Street directly. It changes the traffic, it changes the recommendations that's needed and the improvements that's needed there. So I'm just saying, what, consistent with what Mr. Griffiths had indicated, that a graphic showing where you're at and what's being proposed would be much helpful, not something here that was preliminary done that has all been changed. Because we cannot sit here and make a recommendation on an improvement to be made when, while we're talking about now, from an engineering basis, we can sit here and make up things that we want. We can sit here and talk about what our gut believes, what we think. But there is no engineering foundation or basis to, from a traffic engineering standpoint, to make a recommendation on turn lanes or whatever. So if that's where we're at tonight and that's what we're going to do, I can tell you my recommendation is going to be, you're going to have turn lanes on Louder Street at the main access point from the onset. You got them do improvements down Charlie Road to get to the access point that's there to have a main access, a secondary access point, which is still pretty much of a primary access point, because you don't get all the back half of the subdivision has to go out Charlie Road Drive. They don't connect all the way up to the front to come out Louder Street. So you've got more homes coming out a main access point on Charlie Road than you do coming out on Louder Street. And then you've got a number of access points along Ray Phillips. So you've really got 3 individual sections that each one has an access point. There's not interconnectivity between the section that's located along Charlie Road Drive, connecting up to the roadway coming off to Louder, nor connecting to the Favorite Southern. I heard Mr. Burnham indicate that you could probably get access points across there to help interconnect them. But what I see here is 3 individual subdivisions, not one development, because they are not interconnected to be able to cross-share. In this case, the people up at the very front of the subdivision, that's access directly to Louder Street, they literally have to drive out on Charlie Road to drive all the way down to turn back in to go into the same subdivision. If you're down in section 4, you literally have to drive out Ray Phillips, down to Louder, back up, down Charlie Road to get to the other side. It is not interconnected. It totally changes the entire traffic pattern and what would be done in order to make it a cohesive community.
So I guess what I would want to clarify is that we submitted what the reduced number of entrances back in June to the city. So nothing has changed since then. The city said at that point, I guess we got comments from Tony saying that we'd rather reduce the number of entrances from 6 to 3. We've done that. So when this traffic study was performed, those changes were already included. If you'll notice, this current traffic study has no reference to any of those access points on Ray Phillips. So in terms of a change, there's no recommendation in the traffic study that's related to anything on Ray Phillips other than the Ray Phillips Louder connection. We're not doing any change to that. So in terms of compliance, we're in compliance with the report. compliance on Charlie Road. If what we're saying is we don't want that to be a main entrance, the traffic report supports a main entrance. If we're gonna reduce that to where it's no longer a main entrance, we're still in compliance because we're reducing the impact even further from the recommendation on the traffic report. Thirdly, if the only question that we have before us after all of those things are considered is that one access point beside the easement, if the concern there is the right in, right out, if what we're saying is if that causes a delay, we'll keep that. The traffic report tells us what's acceptable as far as the turning requirements. We'll comply with that. However that is currently recommended, we'll comply with that. The only thing I'm saying is that, for Mr. Anderson's concern, if it makes it better, and based on the current, the previous engineer's recommendation, if it makes it better for us to move that access point to location 2, and that engineer says that that would cause an improvement in the impact, we're willing to do that. If you don't want us to, that's fine. But other than that, we've made 0 changes from the June submission that we submitted, for which this entire traffic engineering report is based.
When you change the location of the driveway, the site driveway onto Louder, you're obviously having to change your lot layout and your circulation. Okay, I may need to see a map. I don't understand how that can happen.
Our traffic study was based on this map that Commissioner Bennett has in front of him right now, not any revision with changes. So what you guys have is not what Ms. Buckholz is saying, Kim. The traffic study was based on all of those entrances on Ray Phillips.
So basically, it would be the driveway would be moved up to that midpoint where you have a circular drive.
Yeah, and so that's the only thing that we're saying we're willing to do to accommodate the commissioners, but if that's not what you want us to do, if that's gonna delay the project, we don't have to.
Like this, I'm gonna put it back one to the city. What y'all will decide is up to you guys with what you do in subdivision. But when I see a layout that does not connect internally, that creates me a concern from a development standpoint. Connecting across the power lines to make connectivity so somebody in one part of the neighborhood can drive to somebody else in the neighborhood without having to drive out and use a county road. That should be, to me, that's a no-brainer. I'm just not a huge fan of single entrance subdivisions. And yet that's what we build all the time. And we talk about connectivity, we talk about building community, we talk about building an amenity that everybody can use, but if you've got to drive outside on a county-maintained road to get back to another part of your development, that's, to me, is not a good layout, that's my opinion. What I'm more concerned with is the traffic and the analysis that was done. The traffic analysis that was done is based on this graphic that we have here before us, which is not consistent with the graphic that you indicated has been already submitted to the city. So the recommendations that we have here for improvements, for intersection improvement, for turn lanes and things, what Jimmy and the team has done is these engineering recommendations are not valid for this, because when you start moving the primary entrance over onto Louder Street, rather than here, it changes the traffic pattern and the traffic flow. So the best we can do is make an educated guess right now on what our recommendations would be if we're gonna make the recommendations tonight.
I just wanna clarify one point. What you have there is exactly what the city has. You have a bubble map that shows Ray Phillips, where you have those additional access points, which is, again, I wanna just state for the record, not even addressed in Ray Phillips. The only change, not even addressed in this traffic study. The only difference, the conceptual design that you're looking at is what the city has. There's a bubble map that's just a rectangle that has arrows pointing to where those Ray Phillips entrances are. And instead of having 6 arrows, they show 3. But again, this traffic study does not address that whatsoever. So in a sense, if there was an issue with those 6 entrances, then the traffic study would have said, this is a concern. All we're saying is the traffic study doesn't even recognize those or reference those access points. So the only difference you have is a separate bubble map that has that's not what the traffic study is even analyzing, I guess, or it didn't come up as an issue for the traffic study. So maybe bottom line to satisfy, we are willing to support the recommendation of the commission. I've said this from the beginning. Tell us what we need to do. We're open to what we need to do, but at this point, we have not varied from this current engineering report. We're just saying in response to what we're hearing tonight, if it's better for us to move that entrance further down, we're open to it. We're not trying to suggest that we don't want to, just tell us what the recommendation is.
Is there any intention to connect the sections across, across the power lines?
So one of the things that was recommended to us early on, we didn't have a connection. You noticed on the draft, on the design, there is an emergency access point further down on Ray Phillips, closer to that second retention pond. There is an emergency access easement there. So if it becomes necessary for us to move, and again, it wouldn't require a new traffic study, it would just say, instead of having the access point, further up Ray Phillips or further down Ray Phillips, we could inquire about whether or not we can make that a permanent access point to connect both sides of the community. So it's already provided for, just a matter of us just validating that we can make that a permanent easement.
So as you currently have it right now, 100% of all the subdivision south of the power line easement all comes out on the Ray Phillips.
Comes out onto Ray Phillips, except for that easement that allows you to go into the interior.
Except for emergency access, excluding emergency access, the everyday use, every day going home to and from school, work, and everywhere else, everybody, 100% of those homes and residences south of the easement all access Ray Phillips. And 100% of those homes that access on that south side have no way of getting to any of your main clubhouse, into the main front, anywhere else without driving out onto Ray Phillips, down to Louder Street, and either turning in that location or going all the way back up to Charlie Road to come back. There's no interconnectivity crossing the power lines as is currently laid out. Am I correct?
That's correct. That
Okay.
has not been a request or a suggestion that we've heard previously.
It-
We are open to the need.
It totally changes, and this is why I'm so adamant about it. It totally changes the traffic. It changes the community. I'm so frustrated in the subdivision that I live in, I cannot drive to the subdivision next door to me because there's no gap between it anywhere whatsoever. I couldn't ride my golf cart next door. I can't to this day ride my golf cart next door. This layout requires somebody, for their kids to play with another kid, to be put in a vehicle, driven all the way around, including more impacts on the Louder Street. If it's got cross connectivity, they can drive from one side of the neighborhood to the other side of the neighborhood. We deal with this when it's individual neighborhoods, right? Subdivisions coming in. You can't make them connect to each other. But you can make them restrict access points so that they can. Here we got a potential layout that doesn't even connect internally. That's why I asked my question, is there any planned connections across the easements? Can you do that? For a public roadway, just crossing it, nothing to be built in it, can that be done?
So the good news is that we've been working with the city for quite some time, especially just from the very beginning, to say, what do you want? What do you want this to look like? What can we do? How can we support? And what you see is a result of us having those communications, those conversations. Unfortunately, we haven't had those conversations with this body. So that hasn't been a suggestion. Obviously, we want to make the community, we want to build the community as efficiently as possible. We also want to make sure that it makes sense from a living standpoint. So as far as considering that, converting that emergency easement, it's definitely something that we can take into consideration. We just got to find out whether or not that's something that's acceptable as far as.
Well, it totally changes what my recommendations are because it changes the traffic. And where does it come into play? I appreciate the coordination and communication with the city all along the way, so I don't want to take away from that. But where the key point is missed on this is all of your access is on a county road. Every last connection. And unless the cities want to take on over ownership and maintenance responsibilities of this, we still got to be okay with it. And I'm just telling you, while it may be great for the city to not have internal connection, I have a considerable issue with that. I have a problem with large subdivisions coming in, having single points of entrance, and I have more of a concern when it doesn't even allow you to connect internally in your own subdivision, let alone connect to the rest of the community, right?
So is your recommendation that we make that one an add-on?
What I'm suggesting, and what I'm suggesting is to come up with a layout that creates one community. So if I live in one part of the community, I can access the rest of the community and not force somebody that lives in the community to drive out on a county-maintained road to go all the way around to get to the other part of the community. And that internally, they can at least, people that live in the same community can connect to each other. That's not how you connect it. It's not my job to tell you how to make that connection. That's what I'm telling you now. When I see this and it's pushing all the traffic on the south side along Ray Phillips, 100% of that traffic, no matter where they're going, is coming out on the Ray Phillips and coming down to Louder. When I see one area up north of along Louder is coming out on all on Louder, it does have a connection over to you've got right now 1, 2, 3, 4 different locations along Charlie Road as well. But you have to drive out to Charlie Road to drive down to come in. That's what I'm saying. And every time they drive out to Charlie Road to drive down, it's more traffic on the county road that we've got to take care of and maintain. That's what I'm trying to understand is the layout did not take into account internal circulation, and you're asking us to tell you what we're going to require, what the county's going to expect, but I got concerns with the layout.
So basically,
So one thing I guess I would say is that the normal, in certain standard situations, a lot of these questions are answered during engineering.
Yes,
you
ma'am,
give
you
them
have
those
to
to
come
the
up.
public?
Yes. I didn't know it was going on this. I thought it was going to be quick.
We can hear
Till
her
I
a
see
little
the
bit, but it's
layout.
not gonna be able to pick all that up. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to come before you. But certain, in standard situations, a lot of these questions are resolved during engineering because you've got a lot of feasibility requirements and things like that that have to be worked out. So there are a lot of things that, of course, we could talk all day long and kind of come up with all kinds of different ideas as to what we can do, but really, once you get to engineering, you'd really find out exactly what you can and cannot do. And so one of the things that I suggested was that, in order for the county to continue to have the opportunity to really exercise your concerns and exercise your authority and I guess I think the word that was used last time, used the leverage to kind of, ensure that we do what we need to do. Maybe it makes sense to require us to submit any changes to the current conceptual plan before we are authorized to get a permit. That gives us time to go in and speak with all of the government entities that have to be involved. That gives us time to make sure that we've got all of the different questions asked and answered so that you have that information. Otherwise, what's going to happen is, you have an estimate. It's kind of like everything else I think that I've heard talked about today. You've got this estimate, this high and this low. Here's this, medium requirement. Here's this high requirement. But in reality, you don't necessarily know what's going to actually happen until after you get into the weeds and you've determined whether or not you've met the requirements to implement your ideas. And so I would respectfully request that we could move forward on condition that if anything changes or needs to change, then we'd have to come back with an additional study that says, here's what you've got to do.
Mr. Burnham, I'm going to respectfully disagree and not be willing to move forward with this until I have an understanding of how it's going to be laid out. I understand the process. I understand how you got to make some assumptions and keep moving forward, but we do not move forward with something that we know from the onset at this moment that I absolutely cannot support. And let me just say it otherwise. I'll be glad to support it, but the requirements that I would put forth is not something that you're going to want to do. It's going to be paved the entire roads from one end to the other. It's going to be put turn lanes at locations. It's going to extend, basically widen Louder Street to a 3-lane section through that area. I would put more requirements because I don't know where traffic's coming or going. So if you want to proceed with everybody else and ignore there's two entities here that's got to give you approval. The city on your subdivision layout and the county for all your access. Everything else, from your permitting, from DEP, from everybody else, is just an engineering process that you can work through. But the true two things that you've got to get past is getting the overall site layout that the city will adopt and get the access connections to the roadways for all your traffic to come in and out, because it's all going to come in and out on one of our county roads. And I hear what you're saying, it's not changed. I've just expressed significant concerns on the interior layout because it forces traffic out on county roads when it should not, and it shouldn't do it, and it doesn't have to do it. And that's where we're here. So I'm simply not in a position tonight to recommend moving forward with this because of the concerns with the overall layout, with how it's coming in, when I'm confident there's ways that you could make slight modifications to this to create a much better traffic flow and not all of it dumping out onto all the county roads.
And my only response to that, and definitely understand and appreciate your concerns, my only response to that is that what you're saying then is that there are different conceptual designs that the county may have or may want to have input in terms of what the finished layout needs to look like. And all we're saying is that if you have specific suggestions that you would like for us to implement, then let us know what those are. We definitely would love to be able to say, tell us what those suggestions are, make that a condition for zoning. Because right now, all we're talking about is zoning. And as the property is currently zoned, we've got the ability to go in and put in about 340 homes without having to go through this process at all. We're saying we're coming before you to add 20 additional homes, and with that 20 additional homes, as a matter of fact, we would be willing to expose ourselves to these types of requirements, traffic studies, all of these different things, in order to be able to give you a voice. And so if you would be willing to work with us, I would ask that you would work with us to make it a condition of our moving forward that if you've got additional requirements that you'd like for us to add on, then make that a condition of our approval or of your recommendation. And then what we can do at that point is take the time to explore this. Otherwise, it's very easy to have a new layout and then more recommendations, and then another layout and more recommendations. We're saying to you, we're willing to work with this body, but just allow us to be able to move forward in doing that. Put those conditions on us, make that a requirement for permitting, and then we will work to meet those requirements.
And it sounds like if we could interconnect the community, it kind of, your concerns kind of go away from there. If everybody could kind of flow with the community inside, whether we have two entrances on, or two exits on Ray Phillips, or and one on Louder, it all accommodates in the traffic study. It sounds like to me that if they could have access throughout the community to come out of any exit or entrance, that would solve your concern, obviously.
If they can work and drive from one part of the community to the other part and never come out to a county road, that's a community. If they can't do that, that's no longer one community. You got multiple communities that's having to drive out onto another road. And all I'm telling you is it changes the traffic. It changes the traffic, what comes out, where it comes out, so it changes the recommendations of improvements that's got to be made, right? At the end of the day, all that the county gets to have a conversation about is what's going to be required to connect. We don't vote on planning, we don't vote on zoning, we don't change any of that, but what we do have to say is what happens on our county roads and what improvements we need on the county roads.
And I was going to say, and so, you know, as he was mentioning, if that's the main concern, then please make that a condition for approval or your recommendation, and we will be more than willing to explore that. And just as you did with the previous 18 units request, we know that we can't move forward unless we meet that condition. We're open to it. We're just saying that. But I'm saying it's part of
the
your
city,
recommendation to
the city has to decide whether you move forward or not. I'm simply telling you from our standpoint, I'm not ready to move forward on anything until I have an understanding of what your layout is, because that changes what we are asking for improvements. And our only thing that we can do is make recommendations on improvements. That's it. So my suggestions, my recommendation is to revise the layout to address internal circulation so we can have a better understanding where traffic is truly going to move, how it's going to flow, and then I can make a recommendation on the transportation improvements that's needed.
So we have, as I mentioned, the emergency easement that connects the community. Does that satisfy your requirement? The only thing that would be different is the shading of the color of that easement. Instead of it being two black lines, it would have a shading.
No, ma'am. I've said this so many times. You want one connection across. How many homes are going in here?
But I guess what I'm asking is, on that example, there is a road already showing on the layout that would connect the community from the Ray Phillips side to the interior of the community. Are you wanting something more than that?
There's one location where you're talking about at. There's nothing anywhere along the rest of it. Everything else on that roadway comes out. And again, you said it's been changed, but I'm looking at a graphic, the only graphic that we've seen, that shows 6 access points along Ray Phillips, not counting the 7th one that runs back into a long linear subdivision. Again, and to access any of this area on Ray Phillips, none of it can access the part closest to Louder. I don't understand why this is such a challenge, from my standpoint, challenging concept. You've laid out 3 individual subdivisions inside one development. That's what you have laid out here.
But you've asked for us to connect one Ray Phillips to the other side, and I'm saying, does that connection, do you want something more than that one connection? That's the only thing I'm asking.
It'll still interconnect though, right? That's what you're saying. It'll
Yeah,
still,
yeah,
I don't know if FPL, I think that's where she's been reluctant to kind of say it, because you have to permit that through FPL's easement. I think they'll give us one. She's already, sounds like she's already moving forward with an emergency, so why not an actual? So I'm sure they'll give us one, but she's reluctant to say we give you 3 or 4 across there. I think, Jimmy, we're saying that that she's, the design of interconnecting there, is that one access enough to go across that?
Yeah.
It interconnects to.
Because we can update the drawing. What the traffic study is addressing is that traffic output onto Louder. And so anything that we do to change just the design from an interior standpoint, this is going to improve it. So as far as a new traffic study is concerned, we're not making it worse. We're going to make it better. And so are you asking us to just provide you with a new updated layout that just shows that road paved? And if we do, does that?
If all we're going to do is come in and take a quick Sharpie and draw a line right there and says it's done, no, that's not what I'm looking for, to be honest with you.
Okay. And so do you want additional access points?
The way this is laid out, and the way this is laid out, to access, you got to, it does not provide the interconnectivity for someone to drive through that neighborhood. You at the end of a cul-de-sac. You're on one side of one end of a cul-de-sac. And that's your only connectivity. And again, I've heard you, but I can't see how you've laid out all these other 6 ones. Everything's perpendicular to Ray Phillips. Everything comes out. You said you've cut it down to only 3. I don't know how you get them in there, because this is not what this shows. And how does that not connect up to the north side, to the end closest to Louder Street? So if I can take a Sharpie and draw that and say, I've got a new plan. I don't understand how you laid out. So I'm not going to keep debating it. I don't know how else to say it, but what I see here is a layout that it does not work from my standpoint, and it puts all the traffic, it forces all the internal traffic coming out on county roads in too many places, and doesn't provide internal connectivity for the way the subdivision ought to operate. And I'm not going to sit here and start trying to tell you what all the change that you lay out your subdivision. I've told you the concerns. That you do not have a smooth flowing internal subdivision. You got 3 different subdivisions almost. And that does not provide cross movement within the entire subdivision for access points.
I think maybe
Connecting straight across from this one with a little emergency to the cul-de-sac People up there are not gonna drive all the way through that cul-de-sac, all the way down all that city street to come over, where you could put an access point all the way over to Ray Phillips. It gives you now distributed access out.
I think maybe what I can leave this with is that this is really a conceptual design. We still have to go to engineering. And so all we're doing is trying to set the boundaries. We're saying at the maximum, this is the worst case scenario. From here, we improve it. If you give us the opportunity to take what we have from here and place conditions that we improve the interconnectedness, then we're willing to do exactly that. We won't do anything worse. This is the maximum. It's just that, you know, it takes a lot of work to get to the finished product. And we want to continue to work with you on this all the way through to the end. But we're saying that this is just the boundaries. Even if we made the changes that you're requesting, the traffic study that would come, that would follow, is still going to be consistent with what we've already provided. We're not going to make it any worse. So we're just asking for the opportunity to take what we have here, place a condition that we improve the interconnectedness, and we're willing to do that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Leslie, I think what they're asking for is a finalized site plan on where your entrances will be. Let us have our traffic engineer review that and make sure that it's still in compliance with the traffic study that we have now. So we can't give conditions based on what the recommendation is here tonight. They're wanting to see your final plan for the subdivision, and so that we can make sure that that traffic study doesn't need to change again. They can't give you conditions that you might change later on. And the city of McClenny has to have a final site plan to approve their PUD as well. So I think what you're asking for these conditions, and they're telling you that they cannot do that. They need to see without any changes what your site plan will be, so that our traffic study can be consistent with that final site plan, and that the city will know what your final site plan for the PUD will be, so that it aligns with what the roadway improvements are. So we can't do the conditions that you're asking for.
So I guess to just kind of add some clarity there, this is a conceptual design. Our site plan is a bubble map, and that bubble map has none of the detail that you have here. And so that bubble map is consistent, is the final site plan. It just shows arrows showing where something may be and something may not be. In order to have a final site plan, we have to go to engineering. Can't go to engineering until we get the rezoning.
You take a concept to engineering.
I'm sorry?
You take a concept that you've drawn a pretty picture of, like we have here before us, and you take that to engineering for them to start doing the detailed engineering work on it. I get all of that, but we don't even have a concept map here that we can understand where all your circulation is. Mr. Burnham, I have no doubt that you want to do the absolute best development here at all. So my comments aren't intended to infer that you don't want to. That's not the comment. But what I'm getting here is I think the layout does not work well from a county road standpoint, and what's going to come out on the county roads and the way it's going to circulate. It doesn't work for me. So you can go back and figure out how to load that interior, how do you connect them or whatever. I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you what line to draw on the map to connect. That's not my job nor my responsibility. That's yours. You can come up with a new concept that works with our considerations for having internal flow with fewer connections on the county roads, so it has internal connectivity and flow internally, so everybody doesn't have to drive out, and use county-maintained roads that we expect to be maintained. Because I'm quite sure at this point, all the roads that we're talking about here, Charlie Road, Louder, and Ray Phillips, is still expected that when it's all said and done, the county's going to continue to maintain them. The county will deal with the headaches when traffic's on them and so forth. So I'm asking you to come up with a layout such that it works circulation internally. Then I can make some recommendations on it.
I guess we're you know, and this I guess would be my final point, is that we're dealing with two separate issues. One is just the rezoning, and one is the actual final design, which happens in engineering. And so for rezoning purposes, we're saying what are the boundaries. For example, in our PUD, we're asking for 366 units to be built. We're not going to build 366. That's our max. And so all we're doing is saying, can we set our max just so that we can get through it, and then come up with the final design once we go through engineering, because we can't answer all of these questions. And normally that, again, that's normally not the standard requirement to have all of those specifics ironed out before you have a chance to go through the full engineering process. I just want to make sure that that's clear. We're just saying, allow us to set the max, and then from there, we will improve it with your support, with your input, obviously with the city's okay. We just wanted to be able to set the max. But I hear what you're saying, and we will, I don't know if you have any additional input, but we will definitely try to accommodate your needs. But obviously, our goal is to see how we can do the best job we can for Baker County. So I appreciate your time.
I think what I've heard here tonight, and I have some of the same concerns Commissioner Bennett has, even from the city, I've heard on the conceptual map, that's not even close to what the development is going to be. I'm not sure that even the city could move forward without something that's somewhat similar to just going to be what you're going to actually do. You can't expect us to come up with a decision on what kind of entrances and exits and all this on what I'm looking at over here is not what I'm being told.
That's why it happens during the engineering and permitting process.
I understand that, but you can't take this to the engineer and say, this is what I want to build, but here's what I want to change. You need a conceptual that's going to be close to what you're going to do before you ever get it to the engineer.
Which is what we have, and that's why I'm saying that.
We can't base our traffic. If we based our traffic on the way it looks right now, you would probably not want to do what we want to do. And Commissioner Bennett was just being honest earlier when he said you would do center lane all the way down from Charlie Road all the way through to Ray Phillips, and then you'd have to widen that whole section to accommodate what you're doing. And I didn't even catch it until Commissioner Bennett called it. It's 3 developments. You're not doing one development.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is just like he says, is if I want to go to see my neighbor, it's 1 block, not even a block away from me, I got to go all the way out, get on the road, which is more traffic on the road, and go all the way around and then come back in to the other side just to see your neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that is something that the commissioners decide. I think that's pushed back to the city. They're the ones going to approve the development. We approve the roads around the development.
Which is, I think, my point, is that we've
I don't
met the
think you're going
requirements.
to convince us of anything different. I think we're past that stage right now.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. I wish we could come to some type of agreement. I'm listening to the rest of my board members, and
I guess
I've
just
heard-
for the record, I wanted to just say that for the county roads, the traffic study that you've requested, the requirements that are there, we meet those requirements with the design that we have, just for the record. Any additional changes that need to be made from an interior standpoint, we're definitely willing to do that, but for the record, we do meet those requirements and we're willing to accept those responsibilities. So I do appreciate your time.
thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry, can I ask, you say when you meet those requirements, have you got layouts that show these turn lanes?
No, I'm saying the recommendations that the traffic study has, was based on the design that we have submitted currently, and that for all the impacts to the county roads. And so we don't have any changes that would be different from the
But
recommendations.
you're not showing
Well,
proposed improvements.
I don't think
a right-in,
this is
right-out
where I'm
only,
at.
a right-in, right-out only at the main entrance is not acceptable
But that's,
whenever you change the main entrance, when you
Yeah.
change to make that your main entrance and connectivity. So we need to move on.
Yep.
We made our comments. Mike, you've heard the standpoint. You understand where we're at. You get to decide what happens with those. I'm glad when we have appropriate layout for for this development that shows where the true access, all the access connection points, not just side driveways. When all the access connection points are shown to the county roads and the county system, we are glad to put forth some recommendations then on what we would require from the county roads. But for this,
Planner and attorneys tomorrow, names attorneys tomorrow, and I'll relay that information to them.
thank you guys, I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to our next item on the agenda. I gotta look, let me see where we're at.
You are on item number 5, Mr.
Emergency
Chairman.
management update. Mr. Smith,
didn't you still sit in here?
I thought you'd be asleep by
For you, I can stay awake for 3 days.
My word.
Let's not say that, we don't wanna be disagreeing.
Me either.
We're not gonna be here for 3 days. Y'all might be, but I'm not.
Usually that means there's a emergency or storm, so let's not have that.
Don't say that either.
No.
All right.
We can't have that discussion until like January or February, and we can talk about it.
So, and I actually can be fairly brief tonight, which I'm sure is good news for everybody. I'm gonna report that essentially we have one project that has now moved to pending award, and that is the box culvert at Copper Creek, so 23 box culvert. We are in the final stages there. We are anticipating forthwith to get an obligation. Really good news tonight coming from Thomas Allen Ferguson, because that really, and I think maybe the board didn't really kind of understand why there was so much back and forth, but that point that he raised tonight has absolutely been critical, and we've been battling that for several months. So I'm really happy to see us moving very closely to obligation on the box culvert. The other two changes, we had some significant back and forth with FEMA and a section of them called the PDAT. I don't want to even try what the acronym stands for, but we were able to successfully answer their questions as it relates to Steel Bridge Road, and we anticipate moving, so we got FEMA on Monday to agree to go ahead and move that project forward. The Turner Cemetery Bridge, we have requested and are awaiting a response from Florida Department of Transportation with language broken down that even FEMA can understand, that says the bridge cannot be rebuilt as a wooden bridge because it doesn't meet current standards. Once we have that letter, we're anticipating a rapid improvement in that project. And on the boat ramp, contractor notified us this week, there's a little bit of a delay in getting their survey started, but the modeling for determining that it is mitigation, moving it to the new location, is moving forward. And at the point that that modeling engineering statement is presented to FEMA, we anticipate the same rapid forward progression in that project. So all in all, projects are moving forward as we kind of expected. We haven't had any unexpected hiccups, and I feel really good kind of about where we are, and hoping to start seeing some obligations in multiples in the coming weeks, if not a few months.
Question, do you got any timeline on the obligation, or you don't have a timeline on obligations at this point, right?
No, sir.
That's what we're all sitting here waiting on.
So here's
What about the mitigation? You got an obligation on it, or a estimate?
So here's the anticipation that once the modeling is done, that actually should be a fairly quick decision on FEMA's part. They just need an engineer to put it in layman's terms,
put it in
basically.
writing,
And once they say that it is beneficial, right, for less damage in the future to put it this location, then they'll actually start with our numbers. We really are still in that whole validation side with the CRC, actually putting our numbers in and validating that our numbers are good. Once it gets to that point, it should be a fairly fast progression, but the specific response to the letter that we get from FDOT should be very quick, because we've got mitigation waiting there for that letter, so it should be fairly quick.
All right, thank you.
Unfortunately, it doesn't change the start dates or any of that thing, unfortunately, at this juncture. So unless there are any additional questions on the update for specific projects, I think we're up to speed, and no reason to drag on until midnight, covering things that haven't changed significantly.
All right, let's move on to item number 6, Mr. Smith, BOCC workshop.
Yes, sir. So I'm here before the board requesting a workshop. Some weeks back, I don't know, the weeks are all starting to run together for me now, but we had Mr. Mark Lease from the Interagency Recovery Committee from FEMA, who came in to help us design a long-term recovery and resilience plan. And that plan is being formalized as we speak, but it's at the point now where they'd like to present it to the board. And we were requesting hopefully November the 18th for a date to be able to come in and present that long-term resilience and recovery plan for Baker County to the board.
Sarah, do we have anything else scheduled for that day?
No, sir,
Before the
not prior
meeting.
to the meeting.
Which date?
The
The
18th.
18th. So we would need to meet at, let's say 3 o'clock. They need an hour and a half, but just so that
3
there's-
o'clock, yes.
3 o'clock on the 18th.
Would y'all get the plan ahead of time to review it, so it's not just something that?
Yes, sir. So where we are now, I let Sarah know last week, we literally were tweaking and redesigning. So we have a template, but what will be the final presentation, I think is the language we're using. We're hoping to have it finished in the next few days, but we'll absolutely, I told Sarah, as soon as we've got that final version, we'll forward it to her and let her share it with the board.
Does this have anything to do with the community meetings you were having?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Who authorized those meetings?
So authorized them?
Yeah, who asked you to hold those meetings?
So it was part of the interagency recovery committee's process to include public input into those.
Okay, so when you're holding those meetings and you say, I don't know what the board was thinking when they done that. We have speaker cards right here. They're back there on that table. You can get as many as you want, bring as many people as you want. This board will hear your comments, their comments. And my cell phone number's on this business card, my cell phone number's on the website, and I give my cell phone number to everybody. I don't need somebody implying that this board don't care to hear the public comments or don't know what we were doing when we had a public. We have public opportunities every meeting we have. And I don't appreciate the way those meetings were conducted and the implication that this board don't care about our constituents in the county. We devote a lot of time to the Baker County constituents. I get calls every day. I make calls every day. So I'm not sure the point of those community meetings, they were not focused on FEMA recovery, FEMA concerns, preparations. They were just broad open, come in, bash the county commissioners any way you want to, and here we go. I'm not sure that the FEMA group wants you to stay. They give you a right of way. They tell you where your pathway is. Not just wide open, go bash the county commissioners at any community forum that you can. So I have a problem with that.
So I can't speak to what you're saying. I attended one of the public meetings. I attended all but one of the committee meetings. And here, the truth is, when the public's involved, the public's gonna make comments, but I was not aware of any direction.
Professionals control the meeting. When I'm in a meeting, if this is the road we're on, we're staying in that road. And I expect professionals, emergency management services, to be professionals and to focus on FEMA stuff and not to focus on, well, I don't know what the county was doing there. I don't know what they were thinking.
Here again, if you have very specific things that were said on specific dates, maybe I could reply to them. But generalities like that, again, from what I witnessed, that's not what I witnessed. Now, we did have citizens, and what FEMA went in there and did was basically said, hey, what were your impacts from the storm? What are your, what are you still feeling as a survivor? What does it take to basically make you whole? Those were the types they were very open-ended questions. And so if there were specific responses that you take offense to, again, I didn't see that. I didn't personally witness, and for sure there was no direction to cause any, cast a shadow or any dispersion upon you or any other member of this board. Now, again, when you open up to public comment, I don't know that we can control that, but we definitely I didn't witness anybody in those meetings directing, guiding, or even reinforcing the statements that you're purporting were said. So I really can't speak to them. But, so, as far as the authority to conduct a public meeting, it sounds like you're taking issue with that as well.
I'm taking issue with this board not approving an open forum meeting and having a third party bring people's comments and suggestions back to us when we have open forum here twice a month. We have special sessions, opportunities for them to contact any member of this board and to allow public comments completely off target and to go along with those comments, as I understand they were in some of those community meetings, I have issues with that.
If you could share with me specifically the comments that were made, I may be able to help
I
address them.
think y'all can figure that out.
I just, like I said, I've witnessed none of that myself, so I can't speak to it.
I'm done.
Anything else?
On the workshop, if you do not get this ahead of time to us, I don't want to sit through an hour and a half workshop that I didn't get beforehand. Okay? So if I don't get it, I get it the day before, I don't want to come to a workshop not knowing what I'm here for and sit through it.
We've
So
expressed
if
that.
it's not, if we don't get it in a timely manner, then we need to move that date to a different date, is all I'm saying.
Give me your date, and we'll make sure you've got it.
So,
Well, to be included in the agenda packet, Dennis, for the meeting on the 18th, we would need it absolutely no later than the 12th, which doesn't allow but for about 24 hours for staff review, because that agenda goes out and has to be published to the public on the 13th. So I think what the commissioners are saying is you guys would like it before the agenda packet is published, so that if you have any questions or concerns, that can be addressed. So we would really need it by the end of this week.
Yeah, can you get it within a week?
Yeah.
Sure. And just to be clear, they're just going back through and cleaning up. We could have sent Sarah a version, but what I didn't want to send you a version that had different pictures. There's some name changes going on. We met today literally on one of the projects. So we wanted to try to give the board the most accurate, up-to-date, but we absolutely could meet the 1 week timeframe.
What is the objective? What is the outcome of this next workshop? What do we want? What's the takeaway? What are we trying to accomplish?
I think the ultimate goal is for the long-term recovery plan that's been put together to be adopted by the board and incorporated into all those other comprehensive plans. So this plan is specific to long-term recovery and resiliency, which is,
And is to be adopted into what plan?
in other words, it should be adopted by the board in conjunction with. So one of the suggestions, we have a project that's working on, what is it, Lynn, with, that Greg offered the schedule with the comprehensive plan and
A
all that.
strategic plan.
Okay.
Strategic strategy, or, strategic.
Master
Kind of a
plan?
strategic,
It's a
strategic plan.
It's a strategic plan is
Yeah.
what, and you see a lot of jurisdictions choose to do that after a comp plan amendment. A strategic plan is where you see the county, let's say, in the next 3 years, 3 to 5 years. So the comp plan is gonna be your broad overview. Some jurisdictions choose to take that a step farther and do a strategic plan that you're gonna see a little more detail where you wanna see the county 3 to 5 years. That's,
But, so I want, again, I want to make sure I understand what we are meeting on, and what is it when we walk away that we want to have accomplished? We want to have, do they have a draft already put together, of this, I'm not sure what we're calling it, what is it that we?
Long-term recovery, Baker County Long-Term Recovery and Resiliency Plan.
Okay. And does somebody have a draft already then?
It's more of a framework,
Okay.
Commissioner. They identified some goals and then some projects that would fit within those goals to achieve those goals, but that's really as far as it's made it. This is an ongoing thing that will be years in the making. But along with what LaDonna was saying, it just gets incorporated into the county's ultimate vision of where we are specifically for
I understand, but
resilience.
that's what I'm trying, and again, I'm not trying
to give a little example, for the impact fee study.
Hey, I'm sorry, can I interrupt really quick? Dennis, do you have a radio on by chance? Sheriff's Office radio? We're getting a lot of interference with you at the mic. No communication or anything? David, I'm not sure what
Cell
that
phone.
is then. I'm sorry, it's just messing up our audio on there. We just wanted to make sure.
So that impact fee study, there were like all of those different areas that could be included, right? So this has, they have have pretty much put together a list of all of these different areas that they could potentially see, areas that would need work in the future. So a strategic plan would help with some of those planning details that you would see. One was, there was a housing aspect, a transportation aspect. There are a bunch of different groups that you guys could then say, we think this is something that could need to be looked at. This is not something we're interested in. So it's gonna be broken down the way, kind of the way that impact fee study is, and different.
We'll have a draft of that, that'll at least come out in our agenda. So,
Yes,
so that we have,
yes.
so that we all have a chance to take a look at it before we have the workshop.
And they've kind of proposed, for these different areas, they have laid out some contacts for those different areas. Like,
Okay.
this is who would look at
That-
that,
okay.
you know, things like that.
But at the end of the day, our intent is to work through and decide what components of this we want to move forward with and
Yes.
what not.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so are we set for 3 o'clock on the 18th?
3 o'clock, 18th.
The last thing I have, and I think I'll pass this on to Donna because she's got a little bit later on the agenda, the NFIP update, so if you
Yeah, I
just
think
want to
that's
incorporate
actually
that.
the next thing.
It
Your
is.
next thing.
That works good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the next item that you have, just working back and forth with FEMA and all of this NFIP compliance, they have requested just really a letter of commitment from the county that we are committed to walking through this NFIP process and doing what we need to do in order to get back on track. There were 2 specific properties that they had questioned, and that they really just want a formal acknowledgement from the county that it is our intention to do everything to the best of our abilities to become NFIP compliant or to maintain that NFIP compliance. And those 2 specific addresses are laid out, but before we formally submitted that letter, we wanted you guys to put your eyes on it, approve it, make sure there was nothing that caused any hesitation, and at the same time, make sure there was nothing that you felt needed to be added.
And this would be part of us moving forward with the NFIP?
Yes, yes.
It's one of the.
Yeah, it was one of them.
So you're
One of the-
saying that these 2 properties, I want to make sure I understand what you're trying to, these 2 properties are up to standard, are not up to
So
standard?
these 2 properties are properties that are in question.
Question of what?
So when we had our last, let's call it audit, would be, I guess a good word for that. The last time they were out and they had went through our records and had asked for documentation, these were, I think this happened in 1920. These are 2 parcels that were identified that were within the floodplain. They had been built upon. Additional information was requested. So additional information was sent in. So these parcels were built on, it looks like in either 2000 or 2001, and there is an addressing discrepancy. So the addresses that are listed on the permit does not match the address that's on everything else. So it looks like in 1998, when the county went through and changed everything from those rural route addresses to the 911 addresses, there were certain areas of our community that continued to use those rural route addresses. And they used those for permitting at that time while what really should have been used was that official 911 address. So we're working on getting all, to be able to document that and show this is the issue. This really is the address for this property. This is what was permitted on this address, while they did use this previous address. So we're walking through that. Those were two of the items that we were kind of dinged on that, for noncompliance.
To maintaining records in perpetuity.
Mm-hmm. So,
I don't know that we can do that,
you don't know, okay,
because we have to follow the GS1 under the Division of Library Services.
okay,
And that schedule mandates destruction of certain documents at certain intervals.
okay. So, is there another way that we should word that?
Just, we'll maintain
Just-
records in accordance with Florida law.
Okay,
If I may, part of the NFIP requires that that language is exact for perpetuity. That's an NFIP requirement.
that's an NFIP requirement.
It's the
For-
only area from all the FEMA, because everything else is 5 or 7 years, the documentation for NFIP, and I think Florida's floodplain ordinance, the state ordinance, has that same language.
I mean, like I said, I wouldn't want us to commit to something that is contrary to Florida law.
My understanding, Florida law follows the federal law, and the federal law is perpetuity, specifically for those in the floodplain.
I haven't looked at that. Seems strange, but.
It says, while all Baker County properties are covered under this letter of commitment, we affirm specific intentions with these two addresses. It says, finally, we will maintain records of perpetuity and ensure all new construction is up to standards for the NFPI's, the communities, and the FBC, Florida Building Codes, standards and regulations. So are we talking about, because my understanding is the requirements to ensure we are following NFIP is far more than these two locations.
It
It's,
is.
not anywhere that's anywhere in a floodplain, we have to check them before anything's issued, if, after,
Yes.
and also after these major storm events, we've got to go out and check them and document all of that and everything else, and we have a plan to do that, right?
We're working
We are
on it.
working on that plan now, and
I hope we get a plan pretty quick, because where this letter says, we doing it.
And so if I could help kind of just restate what LaDonna stated earlier, what the letters are intended to do is to say, hey, we never closed these two, it was from our last CAV, that community
Okay.
assistance visit. We didn't close those out, we're not gonna be able to close them out because you can't produce the documents, but because you are committing to do these things and put the program together moving forward, we're going to go ahead and close those out. And so that's what the essence of the commitment letter is, and that's what the purpose of these two properties and the notification letters for that is. Basically, they're closing out the book from what happened behind us and saying, look, we recognize you're rebuilding your program, becoming compliant moving forward, and that commitment is enough for us to support moving forward and not holding the things from the past against us.
Any other questions or comments?
Need action from us?
Yes.
What's action?
The action,
Approval of the
to
letter.
approval
Motion
of the
to
letter.
approve the proposed letter.
Move to approve the letter.
Sorry.
Only comment I have is, Rich, you've read the letter?
I did, sir.
Do you have any problems with the letter?
No, sir.
should,
Yes?
No, sir. No, sir.
no, my only question was, just with your question of, with that last little paragraph about it being in perpetuity.
So I went back and I looked, there's different parts of the GS1 that talks about kind of what's required, and Dennis is right. When you look at the National Flood Insurance Program records, it says
Yeah.
permanent under the GS1.
Yeah, so those would be permits within that area and elevation certificates and that sort of thing.
I mean, a permit is, they say 10 years after CO, but
Yeah. But the elevation certificate would be in perpetuity.
yeah, maps, affidavits, wetlands, all that stuff.
Okay.
Elevation is one of them.
Okay,
So we're good. I just want to make sure before we vote on it that you're
Yes, sir.
good with it, everything's
I'm good
good.
with
So, all in favor, say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 12, we're looking at approval of volunteer applications for BCCMC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So presented before you tonight are two vacancies for consideration on the BCCMC board. So the makeup of that committee actually is 5 members in total, and they have been operating for quite some time with 3 members. We were able to receive 2 applications for people who are interested in serving on that committee. The first one would be Mr. Brian McDuffie, and the second is Mr. Daniel Knight. Staff has reviewed those. We don't have any questions or concerns. Unfortunately, both of those gentlemen were had prior commitments to tonight, so they could not be here in person for the meetings. But after reviewing their applications, I think they're both well qualified to serve on that committee. We didn't see any issues with those. So staff would be looking for approval of appointment of Mr. McDuffie and Mr. Knight.
Move to approve as recommended.
Second.
Have a motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 13, approval of the grant funds for extension.
Yes, sir. These are actually some expenditures on the extension office renovation. Excuse me. I'm tired this evening. For your consideration. So attached in your packet is just a letter from the state where you can see that that was submitted as part of an amendment to our grant, and they had no concerns with that. So what we are asking for, just to give everybody an update on the grant, the original award from the state was $675,000. Of that money, we have $62,756 left. So these items that are being presented to you tonight are well within that budget and does still leave some grant funding that we're looking for some other ways to spend. So the first item for consideration tonight is in the amount of $18,600. This is for the installation of some cabinets for the 4-H department. Definitely needed for storage with all the activities that they do in that program. Very successful program in our community. The quotes are attached. The low builder is local to Cypress Home Builders. Again, that's in the amount of $18,600. And again, well within our grant funds that are remaining. And I would be looking for an approval on that one, and then we'll talk about the second one separately.
Yeah, maybe I'm missing something.
Yes, sir. So in between in your packet, you're gonna have our agenda request form, the letter from the state with the red writing. Then you're gonna have Cypress Home Builders, Abstract Solutions, and then an email quote from Wood and Laminate. Those are your 3 quotes for the first project. We are recommending of those 3 Cypress Home Builders, $18,600. The last item is a change order from our current contractor.
From them.
Yes, sir. We need to handle that one separately.
Okay.
So the plumb level is a different.
Yes,
That's
sir.
a change order.
Yes, so that would be a change order on that contract, yes, sir. So there's 2 separate purchases we're asking for, and those quotes were all provided in one packet.
So right now you need a quote to approve to Cypress.
Yes, sir. $18,600 for 4-H cabinets to Cypress Home Builders.
I'll make a motion to approve the quote to Cypress Home Builders in the amount of $18,600.
Second.
Motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Okay. The next item, Mr. Chairman, with that approval of that invoice, that leaves a grant total of $44,156. The last item for consideration on this project is a change order to Plum Level Construction in the amount of $17,400. That is to remove and replace 2 exterior metal frame doors. It would be the doors and the frames themselves, and paint, new hardware, and closures. And that, again, amount is $17,400. If that is approved, the grant still remains with a balance of $26,756. And those ladies are still looking at ways to spend that money so we don't send it back. Again, that is just a change order to Plum Level, and staff is looking for approval of the change order of $17,400.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I move we approved change order for $17,400.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like I said, I'm sure we will be back with something else in the amount of $26,756.
When do they project that to be finished?
They are very, very close, but again, we're trying to spend the remainder of that money. The flooring contractor has been there, which was the biggest project next on our list, actually worked through the weekend. They're trying to do that in
Just has been closed for a long,
It really has, yes, sir.
long,
It has been there.
long time.
They're very, very close. Like that flooring was the last major thing. We're hopeful that once we get that done, some of these smaller projects can be
It
done.
needs
It's
to
just-
be open soon.
Yes, sir. They're having to use
Because
the audit.
people need reunion places
Yes,
and
sir.
graduation places, and that building needs to be used. And
Yes,
it
sir.
has been held up for a long time.
Yes, sir. The problem with it is the auditorium is being used for storage while this work on the office side is done. And so that's the reason why the auditorium can't be used, because the work on the auditorium has actually been complete for a while.
Yep.
Like I said, it's just being able to store all that stuff in there, and they're actually using it as office space. They have it set up with a conference room and office space while they're being relocated from their offices. So yes, sir, we agree. We're ready to get it done.
Thank you.
Item 14.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. All right, so moving into our state appropriation list for this upcoming year. I have talked at length with Representative Brandon's office, and he has put a lot of input actually on these and highly recommends both of these projects, which is why they were considered. They are not in ranked order, just item 1 and item 2, but the first item that we would like to consider for an appropriation request, and these are due to Representative Brandon's office on the 14th. So in that, those forms are all digital, which is why I didn't complete the entire packet before you all tonight, so just the agenda form is all that you have on these. In speaking with Representative Brandon's office, we know that first responder type capital purchases typically score pretty well in the state budget. Governor DeSantis is very heavily prioritizes those types of things. And so the county looked at that, and obviously we were about 3 years from today to being able to get any kind of equipment. So once you go through the funding process and order, it's about a 2-year build on a new ambulance. So we're talking like the best case scenario is almost 3 years from today to receive this equipment. So the county would like to consider, a $450,000 request for the purchase of one new ambulance, $400,000 coming from the state with a $50,000 match. If awarded, we do have time to allocate that in our next budget year. So Commissioner Bennett, your question will be, is those match funds are not in current budget, but they would not need to be. They would need to be in next year's budget. And with that, for consideration on that ambulance, if our SAFER grant is approved and we are able to put staff in the Kyler station, we would be able to use that ambulance for that station. If not, by the time we get delivery of this piece of equipment, we also will have ambulances that we need to consider phasing out as well. So it would be used, like I said, for Kyler. That's the original intention if that SAFER grant is awarded. If not, it would just be in a rotation of a replacement. So that's our first item. Second item is for a second phase to the Baker County Courthouse. We've been talking about this one at length. We are currently in the process of trying to develop our final scope of work for what will be architectural services on that building. We do have a current state appropriation in the amount of $900,000. Some of the concerns.
Say it again. We currently have what?
We have in current fiscal year, we have a $900,000 state appropriation to do the engineering or architectural plans and the redesign and potentially reconstruction of the roof system on the courthouse. That was awarded. The concern is that through the architectural design and construction, it will take every dollar that we have in current funding, and we won't be able to address the repairs that are then needed from that change, and the ADA compliance, which was the elevator change outs. There's the ramp up front and the bailiff's area that needs to be reconsidered, and some windows and door replacement. So in speaking with Representative Brandon, he asked that we prioritize that one to make sure that that project is seen to completion. So the concern with our current funding allocation is that the roof cannot be repaired in such a way that we won't see leaking. From what we're hearing is that an entire roof design is likely the solution to that. And so that's gonna be a substantial cost of money on a building the size of the
Imagine
courthouse.
that.
Yep.
We're
Yep.
talking about 15 years ago.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So to make sure that there's adequate funding to do both the design, the construction on the roof, and then all of the ADA compliances, we are requesting a phase 2 funding for that project.
We're not
This-
using the same designer, I hope.
No, sir. I'm not sure that, well, I'm sure he's probably still in business, but no, sir, we're not
Okay, good.
considering that. Yes, sir. So again, that would be an $850,000 request to the state with another $50,000 match, again, to be programmed in next fiscal year if awarded. So those are the two projects that we have for consideration. Again, if there's any other projects you guys would like for us to talk about or discuss, we are open. Representative Brandon likes to keep it to 2 or 3 appropriation requests per county. It just makes it a little easier to manage and the more likely to fund. So those are our staff recommendations, but again, we're open for discussion.
I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
It seems like year after year after year, all we're focused on is fire.
Yes, sir. Every year we've asked for an
I mean,
apparatus.
every single year, we've got 2 different fire stations, we've got money for building out a thing. I mean, do we not, here at the county, consider anything else except for fire systems?
Yes,
Because I'm not sure why we, every year, unless that's the direction from the state representative that says this is the money I can get. But it baffles me that every year, our top items is a firehouse, a renovations for up here.
Health and safety.
Yes, sir.
It seems like that's the only thing anybody wants to fund, is it fire?
Emergency
Or is it that, or is that what we pushing?
No.
No, sir.
That's what they're funding over
It
there.
is what they're funding. Yeah, the Council on Aging, I think,
deal
was a
with
little bit of a stretch, to be quite honest with you, and we were able to get some things happening at that one. We were not
Okay.
successful on our public works.
I appreciate that. Look, if that's all we can get, that's fine.
It is.
I just, every year, it seems like that's all we asking for is for fire. There's a lot of other needs in this county besides fire department.
Yes.
And every year, it's 2 new stations, it's building a training facility. I mean, really, that was our biggest thing, is asking for more money for building on a training facility.
Well, again, that's not,
I
I
just-
wouldn't rank those that way. I would rank them courthouse first.
We
and
only
then-
got 2,
Yes, sir.
so I'm just telling you.
Yes, sir.
It's at least, it's in the top 2 priorities
Yes.
in this entire county.
Yes, sir. But we are advised that those do really well at a state level.
But
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, so like over the past years, there's other projects that come to the county
Mhm.
that are not necessarily our request. Like the school was a big lift
Right.
for the legislature.
Mhm.
I mean, in addition to that, we try to pay attention to things that we see get vetoed years before. So even
Right.
though, honestly, I would love to recommend that we ask for ball fields or
Mhm.
something like that, they get vetoed around the state. So
I get that, and that's why my question is if this is the funding that the representative can get for the county, that's one thing. But if it's because we're pushing those, then that's a different story, and that's why I asked my question, where do these come from? Because, with all due respect, we've got a lot in the form of appropriations for fire departments of the year. If that's the only money that we can truly get and he can get us, that's great. I'm not gonna turn it down, and I'll be very grateful to get it. I'm just simply saying,
But if you
Yeah.
have other
Yeah,
ideas, let's put them out there.
I don't even know what the options are. That's why I asked the question. How do
Water
we get into these
projects
2?
are, a lot of times you'll, like, I remember Gateway asked for something, I think that one got vetoed.
Yeah, and then the city, the school board, the town, and us. So there's projects,
Well,
from everybody.
What I've heard is these have already been very clearly vetted with this representative, not with the board. These are supposed to be vetted with staff to the representative. If he said this is what I can get, then, and it's gotta be turned in next week or whenever, then.
Yeah, we got a week and a half. If you've got something
Then-
else,
Yeah.
let it-
I would say, there's
Absolutely.
no harm submitting the appropriations request.
Right.
So if there's something else you're thinking of, it is much easier to submit the form than to, if you think of it on November 15th, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And when we talk to Representative Brandon's office, it's specifically on what he feels he can push through. And he has advised us, no, don't work on those. I'm not gonna be able to get any leeway with that. Last year on the Public Works facility, he said, you can submit it, but I really don't know that one's gonna go anywhere. So yes, sir, that conversation with his department is
He-
specifically to get his guidance on what he feels he can get
Him
support.
and Senator Bradley work together with all these groups,
Oh, yeah.
and they know what's gonna get funded and what's not gonna get funded.
Yep.
And then they come to us and tell, this is what you need to put in for.
Mhm.
They did get funded, the COA Center, which was a blessing.
Mhm.
They did get funding for some recreation last year.
We did.
which
NAB
was-
Sports Complex that we
which
just
was
talked
a-
about. Mhm.
Which is a blessing,
Mhm.
but they knew what the governor is gonna veto and what he's not gonna veto.
Mhm.
So, I agree with
gonna
Commissioner
be a
Bennett, it seems like that's all they want to do over there, but if that's what they want to do,
That's what I'm saying. If that's all he's telling us
Let's
we can
take
get, then we'll take it. I'm just simply saying that.
if they
she's
buy
at
a
some point-
$450,000 ambulance, we don't have to buy it.
That's exactly right.
Thank you,
That's what I'm getting,
Jesus.
but
Buy the ambulance.
if it's us pushing it, then that's a different story.
And the
No, sir.
courthouse definitely needs some work. It needed to work when they built the thing over there. They built a,
Yes, sir.
I
It was
don't
a
even wanna,
problem.
I don't wanna go down that road.
Mhm.
It's not a good road to go down.
Right.
I told them, I looked up there, I said, who in the world designed this?
And there's a lot
And
of
it's
repair
leaked
work
ever
that
since.
needs to be done. Mhm. Yes, sir. Any issues with that? And again, like Rich says, if there's another suggestion, I mean, we can put together another appropriation request if there's something else that wants to be added or taken away from this list. We'll be happy to do that.
I would love to see the road department requests go
Mhm.
forward. I just don't know if it would go anywhere.
Well, I think now that we're working on our engineered set of plans, if we go back when those are final, I think it
I
will
think
score
the
higher,
next year
but
that
not
should
now.
be
Yes,
top
sir.
priority for us to push because
Yes,
we're
sir.
not gonna have the funds to build that, but they need a facility.
Yes, sir. I think if we walk in with a set of plans, that
And you
makes us
go
score
in with a
higher.
set
Yes,
of
sir.
plans and here we got this much money, this is what we spending, the
Mhm.
site, maybe we can get the site cleaned up and ready, site ready, that we can do in-house ourselves, and then go in and say, this is what we need.
Right.
They can find a little
Right.
harder for it.
And what you said on the pitch is always the right way to go, have skin in the game and show.
Have skin in the
Mhm.
game, right.
Exactly. Yes,
So
sir.
that, I think this go forward this year, but next year, I think we really need to look at a road department.
Yes, sir. Oh, I agree, 100%.
You agree, Commissioner Bennett?
I agree.
Thank you, sir.
I'm just trying to get to a point where we've got to do something besides
This
fire
is-
department.
fire.
It's important. I'm not saying it's not, but state
We-
appropriations.
We understand.
Certainly.
All right. Are we all good with that? Let's go into our,
I think you need a motion and a vote.
huh? Oh, I'm sorry.
Just for formality, I think that would be helpful.
It would be
Yes, sir.
good. I have a motion to accept the recommendations.
So move.
I have a motion
And a second.
and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We'll move into our next item on the agenda under prior business, pending business report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna move quickly, so if you guys need me to stop, just holler at me. COA bus wash, again, that's just included until we receive that payment, from the state. We expect that hopefully anytime now, and once we do, we'll take that one off. Moving down into the boat ramp, we've talked about that at length, already tonight. Phase 2, you guys did approve the plans at the last meeting, so I need to move that percentage up a little higher. And those have already been presented to FWC, and they had no comments as well. So we are really close to closing out phase 2 on that. Our deadline for that grant completion, is December 31st of this year, and we will have that done, before that deadline is up. And we're working on, invoices and submitting those for reimbursement to FWC at this time. Moving on down the list, the Shoals Park improvements, again, we're still looking for, some camp hosts. I think we're trying to arrange an interview, with a potential candidate to live on site. Secondly to that, the timber management of the park is ongoing. They're very close to being complete with that thinning that we've got going on out there, where we've got less than a week, and then they will be finished there, and then that park will be reopened. They're just mainly focusing on the cleanup now of the stands that have been thinned. Of course, there's a lot of underbrush and things that need to be cleaned up, just to make sure that the park is presentable for any users that'll be coming in and out of there. So again, as soon as they wrap that up, the park will be back open again. And we will have visitors in and out. Council on Aging, the chairman and I were presented with a list of ongoing items from the COA in the last couple of days. So Rich, I think the intention is that we'd like you to step in at this point and draft some type of letter to the contractor. Our holdup has been waiting on that complete list, and so we are in possession of that now. So I'll get with you this week.
Let's talk this week.
Yes, sir. That was hand delivered to us just a couple days ago. So I think, Mr. Chairman, you saw yours tonight. So we'll
Yeah, I
make sure
did,
that
and
that's.
it was my recommendation that we go ahead. I think that we've exhausted every avenue that we know to get these items. And I think it's time to get legal involved.
Yes,
Far
sir.
as, at least getting a letter to them, letting them know that our concerns, and we have to proceed whatever means we have to get these items took care of.
Yes, sir. Rich and I will communicate on that this week and get that done. Next on the list is the Kyler Fire Station. Again, this is still here until the SAFER grant, we hope, is awarded and the mobile home is purchased. That's still just a holding pinpoint on that one, just to keep that one at the forefront of our minds. Commissioner Mann and I did have a really nice chat with Congresswoman Kamek's office last week, and this is one of the items that we asked for her to keep a special eye on, was that SAFER grant, and she promised us that she would. So we're hopeful that we might hear some good news on that grant.
What's the value of the SAFER grant?
Sorry?
What's the value that we're asking for?
Oh, you would ask me that. It's three staff members. So a little over $300,000, I believe. Don't quote me on that. Let me go back and look at the amount. Yes, sir. It's been a long day. I don't recall that number off the top of my head.
And there've been several emails back and forth with
Yes, sir.
CAT staff and
Yeah,
stuff
I think it
between
was three. Mm-hmm.
Blanchard and them, and
Yeah.
seems to be moving forward in a good way.
Yes, sir. One of our other items for them to look at was this slow process that we're dealing with FEMA, and that's been a heavy focus on CAT's office in the last couple of days, is to try to get us some relief on that.
Good luck.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Bennett, I'll follow up with you just to confirm that amount. NAB Sports Complex, again, we've talked about that at length. I'll do what I can to make sure that reconciliation is underway.
What can you do?
But again, that's.
What can you do? I'm asking. You said you can do what you can. What can you do?
Do you have access to the computer?
So the ADG system, I do.
Do you
yes,
have
sir.
access to the finance system? Do you do the finance?
I have access to where the POs are pulled
Can
from,
you
but not
change
where the
anything?
payments were made. No, sir.
Then that's my point. All you can do is look and see what's done. You have no idea if it's done or whatever. And that's my point I'm making.
Yes, sir.
We still have no ability to do anything with it. We're solely relying on the incompetence of the comptroller.
Within reason, we will do what we can to move that
Thank
forward.
you.
Yes, sir. The courthouse generator, great news. This week on Thursday, our generator will be delivered. We sent notice to the courthouse staff that the parking lot behind us and adjacent to our building will be temporarily disrupted for that day, so they've gotten notice. We're hoping that it'll be maybe about an hour, but the crane needs adequate space to be able to get that generator off of the truck that it's coming on. Again, that's Thursday of this week. The switch that is needed is still, we're still waiting on it. We don't have a ship date on that yet, so that's the biggest holdup now at this point. We knew from the start that the generator was going to take several months to get here, and so we're excited to see that. But again, we're still waiting on the switch on that part. And then the Sanderson Center, you guys approved those quotes at the last commission meeting. I know Mr. Moore has made a visit over to LaDonna's office, had some conversations with our building official. He provided some feedback to Mr. Moore on what he would need to see for submittals for building permits, and they are working on that now. So we are working towards getting that project started once those permits are issued.
Yay.
And last but not least is the community development permit software. LaDonna, is there any change? I know that Clint's kind of had some communication back and forth with
We've had
them.
some conversations back and forth.
Yeah.
And we've asked for a timeline, but I have not been provided with one.
Yes, sir. We'll continue to stay on top of that, but it has been, it's been difficult to get the information nailed down from them. But we will continue to prioritize that.
And this is the same people that helps.
It's the same financial
Same
software.
financial.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
that's
The problem is the company was sold after we awarded this contract, so it's with under new ownership, and I think that's part of the problem. We had some more personalized attention prior
Okay,
to the sale.
There's a sense in beating a dead horse.
Yes, sir.
The Sanderson Center, I wanna go back to that.
I'm sorry, yes,
You
sir, go
jumped
ahead.
off of it quick.
I told you I was gonna be fast.
On the permitting side, we're waiving the permit fees.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay.
Still has to go through the process, they just don't pay
Right,
any
I
fees.
just wanna make sure that we wasn't charging permit fees, so we're trying to keep the cost.
I made sure that was clear.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, it's just what I'm supposed to do.
Yes, sir, we appreciate the clarification. And that is all for the pending business report, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for Sarah? Expense report over 5,000, anything? Any updates on the American Rescue Plan?
No, sir, I have no updates.
We don't know
on-
if we got any money in it, so it really doesn't matter.
No, sir, I don't. I don't
Clearly, the
have any
information we
updates.
have shown on here is not accurate.
Just
according
scratch
to-
that one off, 'cause it-
According to the comptroller, so who knows what we got?
Oh, no, sir.
There's no sense in fiscal year 23-24 audit update.
Yes, sir, I do have an update. We were just sending an email this afternoon. Just gonna read it verbatim from the email. Hi, Sarah. See below for a quick update on the Board of County Commissioners to provide to the Board of County Commissioners this evening. The Board of County Commissioners, the audit is about 65 to 75% complete. The Share Link is about 95% fulfillment, with the majority of support provided at the end of last week. We are working through the support provided and will provide any additional follow-up this week. Currently, the only pending item is the sheriff and county grant revenue reconciliation. As far as the clerk, the audit completion is 80 to 90%. The request list fulfillment is at nearly 100%. The high priority item here is fund balance reconciliation and transfers within the entity tasks. The sheriff, correct, yep. So, and that was dealing with the sheriff's office, which I'm about to read real quick. The sheriff, the audit completion is around 85-95%. The request list fulfillment is 100%. We're working through the support provided and will provide any additional follow-up this week. All others, the audit procedures are completed up to this point. There are no outstanding items. Going back to what we talked about on Friday, there was I don't want to say differences. There was the sheriff's office was recording it as revenue, and the county was recording grants as revenue, talking about grants. And so it was like one or the other had to record it, and the other had to record it as a interfund transfer, basically. So they were, Jeffrey Cox with the sheriff's office had reconciled his, and they were trying to match it up to the county to make sure that both of those aligned. But all that information has been provided, and they're working now to make sure it trues up, basically. So that's where we're at right now. I have wrote down a tentative deadline or a tentative ending date right now. It's kind of shooting in the dark, but it's at the end of November is when we're shooting for right now.
Do they know the deadline?
Who is they?
The auditor who's doing this?
Correct. They know the deadline's the 17th, and they're trying their hardest to get it by the 17th, is what I was told.
65% sounds scary.
Correct. So right now, the week of the 17th is hopeful, but right now it's a shot in the dark.
What I recall is a couple of month and a half ago, we were very confident that it'd be done well before the October deadline.
We were confident it was done by Halloween.
When it first started, it was gonna be done July 31st. That was when it started. So I appreciate your vote of confidence with it, but
What other choice does he have?
He's hopelessly
all right.
optimistic.
He's a good
down here.
cheerleader on it.
Let's get it done.
Thank you for being so optimistic.
Let's get it done.
Somebody's got to be on here right now.
That's the update.
You want to mention the meeting we have the
Coming up.
17th?
The field trip?
The field trip?
Do you want me, I'm sorry, I don't know if you were talking to
Yeah,
Commissioner
go
Longley.
Well, y'all, we're doing, this is part of the audit, so she needs to be brought out here during the audit.
So, yes, sir, I had a conversation with Miss White. I owe her some type of, I need to take her a cupcake or a donut or something on when we go up there, but, had a conversation with Miss White from JLAC on Friday afternoon. She had called to let us know that JLAC was meeting on the 17th. Tentatively, the time right now is, start time at 3:30. I did send you guys that this afternoon. If you guys could check your calendars. Ms. White encouraged the board to be present for that meeting. She said that there were 6 entities, whether municipalities or counties, she didn't state which, but all 6 of those were being requested to attend the meeting on the 17th to give a very brief overview of why the delay is there with the audit and what the completion timeline looks like for our audit. She again stated it very brief. The whole meeting is scheduled for 2 hours and they have a full agenda and these 6 entities to review. So she did not expect it to be any high level presentation, but that it would be in the county's best interest for us to be there. So I have reached out to all of you, and we will all go or whoever can go. So if you guys could just make sure you let me know on the 17th, the afternoon. Of course, we'll probably need to leave sometime around lunch to be there in time for the meeting. And then again, the meeting will last approximately 2 hours.
Yes, you may.
I intend to go. I intend to drive separately because I don't want anybody ever questioning whether or not we violate sunshine and having a conversation. For perception reason, I will drive a separate vehicle for that. I will tell you my clear expectations. Whatever is said, and that's not from the county side, but whatever the comptroller says, it better be based on facts. I want to be very clear, because if it's not based on facts, I promise you I'm going to come unglued at that meeting. The fact that we're in 3 years now is still in this predicament. I expect it to be blamed on the former finance director and everything, who I do believe had a lot of responsibility for why we're here, but nonetheless, the comptroller owns the responsibility. I expect it to be based on facts, not based on blame. It's failed to do the job. We're this far into this. We still don't have it. There's been meetings set up for keeping this board updated, not because the comptroller has kept us updated, but because commissioners have led the charge to do that. And so Commissioner Mobley has done that very well to keep us updated with what's happening. But I can promise you, if this starts a bunch of finger pointing, we're gonna get to it, because this is clearly a failure of that office to perform its constitutional duties. I'm not sure what our purpose is to do there. To be honest with you, I'm not clear on what we do. I think we need to be there just to show concerns, but it's outside our control. It's the comptroller's responsibility. She handles all of the county administration's bookwork. So what are we to say? Please don't give us sanctions because the comptroller is not done her job? What are we to do? We submitted a letter asking for their help to do a complete audit, an operational audit, to tell us what is it that needs to be done. And they said they haven't voted on it. So if they're going to issue sanctions, I would hope they would consider sanctions to include auditing that office.
So just for clarification, I think this is the first meeting since that letter was.
It is.
I agree.
It is.
I think you're absolutely correct, because when we sent it 3 months ago, they said they're not going to meet for another 3 months. So I think you're probably right. This is the first meeting. But listen, I don't want them to forget that we've made the request for help at the county level.
Yes, sir.
We've had a number of meetings that's been held to follow up on this. You need to have a list of every one of those meetings,
Okay.
when it was done. It's also, let's not ignore the fact that we've had a lawsuit filed from the clerk against this board for wanting full control of software, so we can't access it. You asked a while ago, Sarah, can you access it, whatever? It's good. At least at this point, we're glad we can look at it. If she gets full control over it, I'm not sure if we'd even have the access to even look at it. So I don't want those points to go missed if it comes down to that.
Yes, sir.
This county is in great jeopardy of losing funds permanently. We lost $66,000 one year. We paid $56,000 or so this next year and was sanctioned. Let's not forget, we were sanctioned. We just got it submitted before the sanctions before we actually lost it.
Yes, sir.
And now we're in the third year, and let's be fair with JLAC. JLAC told us several months ago that on November 17th, if it wasn't done, we would get sanctioned. We cannot. And from my opinion, this board does not have the right to be upset with JLAC for issuing sanctions if that's what they choose to do. Because we were advised of it, we were told of it, we've done everything we can to keep them informed, but it still doesn't change the fact that the comptroller has failed to do the job. And that's why we're sitting here now, and that's why all of us are taking our time to drive to Tallahassee to beg for forgiveness of the failure of the comptroller. Cut to the chase, that's what we're doing. We're driving to Tallahassee to beg JLAC to not penalize us because a constitutional officer has failed to do their job. So, I hope that when the discussion is made, whoever speaks on behalf of the county, I certainly hope it's not the comptroller, but she's the one that should be accountable for it. But if it's one of us commissioners, I would suggest that Commissioner Mobley give the update because he's the one that's been doing this. I know the chairman is also represents the commission, so I'm just simply saying from my standpoint, whoever wants to do it, I'm okay. And I will do my best to refrain from having comments. But however, if there are falsehoods that is put forth and misrepresentations, I do intend to correct them.
Good enough. I do plan to attend.
Yes, sir.
And that's the reason I wanted to bring it up now, that I think that there should be a person who speaks on behalf of the commissioners. I don't think we all need to get up there, because we don't want to come across as forceful or anything like that. We need to come across as, like I did last time, begging, but in not a begging way.
Absolutely.
And I agree with Commissioner Bennett. Yes, I am the chairman, but I am also a guy that delegated somebody that knew more about finances than I do, or on the accounting side. I can run a business, no problem. There's some things I just don't understand, and then to some people in the community said that I made the biggest mistake. I think I made a good decision. What does Trump say? That was a good thing I've done. And I agree with Commissioner Bennett. I think that he's been in it. He's been in the woods. He's been in the meetings. He's been on the conversations. He's been on the phone. And he would be the best spokesman for, even though I'm the chairman, I would think that you would be the best spokesman for the county on this particular matter, because you've been there.
Yes.
I agree.
I think you probably don't want that responsibility, but brother, you just got it.
Nah, we'll do it. That's what we're here for.
And we'll need an auditor update as close to that meeting as we can get. So we've got
Absolutely.
the percentage and
I'll be
everything.
on the phone with them on the way. How about that?
And then I agree with Commissioner Bennett, I am going to be riding separate. But yeah, I think that it would be better for the commissioners not to be together.
Yes, sir.
From a perception standpoint, I always take the most conservative approach, but y'all each take the ethics class every year, and you understand the responsibilities, and,
Right.
you know, whether it's at a Florida Association of Counties conference or
Right.
attending rural county days in the legislature, you all have been very professional and made sure that you don't discuss anything you shouldn't discuss.
Right.
So I think we'll all, everybody that I know of out of the commissioners are planning on being there.
I believe everybody is trying to make their schedules work, yes, sir.
If not, then all those that can be there is good. I think this is a time where we need to stand together, and we're not there for the clerk of courts. We're there for the citizens of Baker County.
Right,
And just try to remember, that's who we're working for.
right.
And she does too. So she don't have to answer to us, but she will have to answer to the citizens of Baker County, just like we do. And I can respect Commissioner Bennett's passion. Other than that, we'll move on. Got anything else on audit?
No, sir.
we move on to our next item on the agenda, which is county manager.
Very quickly, yes, sir. Just a reminder to Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Mann, Value Adjustment Board meets tomorrow at 10 a.m.
We're just gonna stay here tonight.
I know, you might as well. You got 12 hours and
You
you'll
got
have to
some
be back.
pizza or something we can
I've got a granola bar I can offer you. So just a reminder, like I said, we'll see you all in the morning for that. Just as a general update, the county did have a new CFO finance director start yesterday. Just wanted to make sure you guys were aware that she is on board. Outside of that, I'm not really sure what's going on this week, but she is here.
Is that the only one? We haven't got the one that works here in the county?
No, sir. No, sir. The request is that the financial director should probably have a say-so in who that assistant director is. So now that she's on board, we'd like for her to review
Okay.
those applications
That
and
makes
be a
sense.
part of the
That
interview
makes sense.
process. Yes, sir. But I said her first official day was yesterday. And I don't need
Can I
any.
ask a question? Who gets to make the ultimate hiring decision on that one?
Stacy.
Comptroller.
Yes, sir.
So we really just,
And I don't need formal direction on this tonight, but if you guys could be kind of looking at your calendars, just because we are advertising out for land use applications, but typically we start talking about some type of break in meeting somewhere around the holidays. And I know there's some travel time also that some commissioners have kind of looked at. So for the meetings in December, I believe they're early enough in the month to not have that consideration. They're the 2nd and the 16th of December. So I think those are fine. But looking at the schedule, the January 6th meeting, in preparation of that agenda and that meeting, we might want, if we're gonna look at any kind of cancellation due to the holidays and travel schedule,
I will
that one.
not be here January 6th.
Yes, sir. And so that was kind of what I thought in looking at the calendar. So again, if you guys, if you want to give me direction tonight, that's fine. We just wanted to go ahead and get it on your radar to be looking at. So if we're going to cancel that first meeting in January, LaDonna knows how to move those applications out for those advertisements. So again, like I said, if it's the pleasure of the board to tell us that tonight, that's fine. If not, we can talk about it later.
Staff, when is the first?
Hang on, let me get the calendar open.
It's on Friday?
Thursday, the 1st would
So
be there.
Thursday.
The day that our agenda needs to
Right.
go out would
My-
be the holiday, yes,
It's gonna
sir.
be my recommendation, the January 6th meeting, not because I'm not gonna be there, just
Right.
because of the timing of the agenda and everything, and people not even gonna be here. I think that would be the meeting that I would recommend that we would not.
So only one meeting in the month of January.
Right.
Yes,
But
sir.
I think December we're fine.
Yes, sir. And looking at it, I think
don't see it.
schedule-wise, it's fine. For agenda prep and follow-up, I think it will be fine.
I agree with the chairman.
Okay? Yeah. Okay, all right.
Everybody else agree?
Yeah. All right.
Chairman?
We've got it. Only one meeting in
All right.
January then. You guys deserve it after these marathon meetings we've had the last few months.
Anything else?
No, sir, that's all. Thank you.
County attorney?
Nothing, sir.
Commissioner comments, Mark,
No, sir.
Mr. Hartley, I'm sorry I called you Mark.
That's all right, but that's my name.
Commissioner Mann,
I've had my rant for the day. I'm good.
you already had your rant. We all have, I think. Commissioner Mobley,
No, sir, I'm fine.
Commissioner Bennett,
the Northeast Florida Regional Council has sent out its forms and things for nominations for awards for the regional council. So, Sarah, I ask if you would make sure you share that with other commissioners or whatever, so they can share with whoever in the community, any organizations we can get it out to.
Yes, sir.
It's a great way for the county and different organizations here to be recognized for projects we've done for the region. So I would ask you, let's try to make sure we get the word out and share it with anybody that we can. It's always nice to have recognition for the county, regardless of who did the project, if it's a county project, whether we had a
Bless
direct
you.
involvement or not, whether it's the city, whether it's the town of Glen, whether it's a community group that did it. It's always positive for us to be represented at regional council.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I have a nomination for the Hope Center.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be a great
Mm-hmm.
grassroots, that's done tremendous help to our people in our community, trying to get them back on the right foot.
I think that's a phenomenal one. I think the,
And the Isaiah House, but I think we've already nominated it for another.
I don't know, I don't remember all the categories. I'm just saying, those are kind of
Them's
things
two
were
that really come to the top of my.
that really that really help, that we may not always have direct funding in, but they are a great asset to the community, and it's always good to get
But
recognition.
I think, we've already nominated the Hope Center on one.
The Isaiah House, yes.
Isaiah House, but I think that the Hope Center would be a great,
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll share that with you all offline, but the Isaiah House, I actually nominated for, an award, through FACT, some recognition through FACT. And, so I'll give you guys information. I just recently got some information on that. So the public announcement's not ruined from FACT, but I'll share that with you guys. But I think the Hope Center would be certainly something to recognize for that. And I can get with you, Mr. Chairman, tomorrow. I can do the form submittal on that.
Yep.
And maybe make sure it just gets everything you'd like to include in it. But certainly, I think that's a good one for
yeah, if
consideration.
you'll put it together for me, I'll be
Mhm.
glad to sign it as the chairman.
I certainly can.
But I think the whole board would like to recognize the Hope Center.
Yes, sir,
Yeah.
certainly. I can do that.
On
And we
behalf-
will
not
look at
on
some-
behalf of me, but on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners.
Yes, sir, certainly. I'll do it.
Anything else? Thank you, Commissioner Barron, that was a good, great, matter of fact, I was going to submit that, so. And Chairman has nothing. I guess I'll see y'all all.
Couple hours.
No,
No,
I'll see
no,
him.
I'll see a couple hours.
I'll see you at 10 a.m.
Bring me
Motion to
breakfast in the
adjourn.
morning. I'm hungry.